Let's go. Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisance to all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much, all devotees, for joining. Thank you, Shamagon, for coming. Thank you, Sami Prabhu, Luvesh, and all others. So again, I think it's about record high attendance after about 2 weeks, if I'm not wrong. So 18%. So thank you once again for joining. So the first event of the day will be a prolonged recitation by Luvesh Prabhu. So Luvesh Prabhu, when you're ready, you can go ahead and just keep one thing at mind. After your recitation, we have to read the English translation as well.
Yes,
Hare
Prabhu.
Krishna. When you're ready, you can go ahead.
Yes, Prabhu. So, who wants to share the lyrics?
Sami
Sami.
Prabhu, kindly share the lyrics.
Okay. So, thank you so much for attending the Istagoshti session, everyone. I would have actually performed a kirtan, but unfortunately, I lack instruments. So instead of, I mean, I'll sing it as a kirtan, but it'll be more of an elaborate recitation because lack of instruments. But thank you all for understanding. So I'll just sing as usual. भजहु रे मन श्रीनन्दनन्दन अभयचरणारविन्द रे दुर्लभमानव जनम सत सगे तरोः ए भव सिन्धु रे भजहु रे मन श्रीनन्दनन्दन अभयचरणारविन्द रे दुर्लभमानवजनम सतसगे तरोः ए भव सिन्धुरे शीत आतप बात बरिषण ए दिन जामिनी जागिरे विफले से विनु कृपाण दुर्जन चपल सुख लभी लागिरे शीत आतप बात बरिषण ए दिन जामिनी जागिरे विफले से विनु कृपाण दुर्जन चपल सुख लब लागिरे हे धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन इत्थे किया छे परति तिरे कमल दल जल जीवन नटल मल भजहु हरिपद नीतिरे हे धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन इत्थे किया छे परति तिरे कमल दल जल जीवन नटल मल भजहु हरिपद नीतिरे श्रवण कीर्तन स्मरण वंदन पाद सेवन दास्य रे पूजन सखी जन आत्म निवेदन गोविंद दास भिलास रे श्रवण कीर्तन स्मरण वंदन पाद सेवन दास्य रे पूजन सखी जन आत्म निवेदन गोविंद दास भिलाष रे भजहु रे मन श्री नंद नंदन अभय चरण रविंद रे दुर्लभ मानव जनम सत सगे तरोः ए भव सिंधु रे शीत आतप बात बरिषण ए दिन जामिनी जागिरे विफले से विनु कृपाण दुर्जन चपल सुख लब लागिरे ए धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन इत्थे कियाचे परतितिरे कमल दल जल जीवन तलमल बजहु हरिपद नीतिरे श्रवण कीर्तन स्मरण वंदन पाद सेवन दास्य रे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद दास अभिलाष रे भजहु रे मनसि नंदन अभय चरण अरविंद रे दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत सगे तरो ए भव सिंधु रे शीत आतप बात बरिषण ए दिन जामिनी जागिरे विफले से विनु कृपण दुर्जन चपल सुफल बलागिरे ए धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन इत्थे कियाचे परतितिरे कमल दल जल जीवन तलमल अजहु हरिपद नीतिरे श्रवण कीर्तन स्मरण वंदन पाद सेवन दास्य रे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद दास अभिलाष रे भजहु रे मनसि नंदन अभय चरण अरविंद रे दुर्लभ मानव जनन सत सगे तरोह ए भव सिंधु रे शीत आतप बात बरिषण हे दिन जामिनी जागिरे विफले से विनु कृपाण दुर्जन चपल सुफल बलागिरे ए धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन इत्थे के आछे परतितिरे कमल दल जल जीवन तलमल भजहु हरिपद नीतिरे श्रवण कीर्तन स्मरण वंदन पाद सेवन दास्य रे पूजन सखी जन आत्मा निवेदन गोविंद दास अभिलाष रे गोविंद दास अभिलाष रे पूजन सखी जन आत्मा निवेदन गोविंद दास अभिलाष रे जय गोविंद दास जय गोविंद दास जय गोविंद दास जय गोविंद दास जय प्रभुपदा जय प्रभुपदा प्रभुपदा जय प्रभुपदा निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरे कृष्णा जय श्री प्रभुपाद
हरि बोल
Hari
जय
Bol.
गौर
Hari
हरे
Bol.
Prabhupada.
very nice bro.
Very nice, Prabhu. So now we can read the
हरे
translation. So Sami Prabhu, you can kindly project. Whoever wants to read can read the first one.
O mind, just worship the lotus feet of the son of Nanda, which make one fearless. Having obtained this rare human birth, cross over this ocean of worldly existence through the association of saintly persons.
Both in the day and at night, I remain sleepless, suffering the pains of the heat and cold, the wind and the rain. For a fraction of flickering happiness, I have uselessly served wicked and miserly men.
What assurance of real happiness is there in all of one's wealth, youthfulness, sons, and family members? This life is torturing like a drop of water on a lotus petal. Therefore, you should always serve and worship the divine feet of Lord Hari.
It is the
Yes,
desire.
you
Sorry,
can
please
go.
read. Okay.
Please continue, Prabhu.
No, bro, we can continue. Please continue.
It is the desire of great longing of Govindadas to engage himself in the 9 processes of bhakti, namely hearing the glories of Lord Hari and chanting those glories constantly, remembering him and offering prayers to him, serving the Lord's lotus feet, serving the Supreme Lord as servant, worshipping him with flowers and incense, and so forth, serving him as a friend, and completely offering the Lord one's very self.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prabhu. So, Shamago Prabhu, would you like to maybe add a few comments, or is there anything that could have been improved? Would you like to add a few comments? Well, it seems Prabhu is quite busy with the temple work as of now. So, no worries. We'll go for the next session, which is the artwork. So, thank you once again, Lavesh Prabhu, for singing this very nice kirtan. Even though you had no instruments, it was a very nice effort. Thank you again. Um, so, for the next presentation, we'll go for the artwork. So, Sami Prabhu, I've sent you in your private Telegram chat the artwork that needs to be projected. Yes, Haribol.
Yeah, very beautiful.
Yes, it's very beautiful artwork by Drona Prabhu. So, what do you all have to say for this? You can just share your opinions and share your thoughts on this. You can unmute and share. So, Vivek Prabhu is saying very, very beautiful. And yeah, so
Very
it's
nice,
very nice.
Prabhu.
So, you can share.
Very nice. Artwork. Shri Radha Dhamma ki jai.
Priyansh Prabhu is also saying wonderful painting in the chat.
Very nice, Prabhu. Colored also very nice. Super.
The
Yes,
painting is
Prabhu.
very colorful, like I really love the combination of blue and yellow together.
Yes, Prabhu.
Wow.
It's
I mean,
very
it's just
nicely done.
so beautifully done.
Yes, Prabhu. Radharani is also very nice. Very nice.
The earrings
Yeah.
also stand out very nicely. I really like the earrings.
Yes, Prabhu. Very nicely
So,
done.
Devash Prabhu said it's beautiful, and even Vishnu Prabhu said it's very, very beautiful. Yeah, it's a very beautiful painting by Drona Prabhu. So, Drona Prabhu, would you like to share a verse which inspired you to actually sketch this painting? You said you would like to share a few verses on this regard.
Yes,
Wow, very
Prabhu.
nice.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Please accept my humble obeisance. Please accept my humble obeisances. All gracious Srila Prabhupada. Okay, I'm just reciting the code, Prabhu. Can I please listen? If one asks about the origin of love of Krishna, the answer is that origin is Srimati Radharani alone. Who is the most dear friend of Krishna? The answer again is Srimati Radharani is alone. No one else. Srimati Radharani hair is very curly. Her two eyes are very always moving to and for, and her breasts are firm. Since all transcendental qualities are manifested in Srimati Radharani, she alone is able to fulfill all the desires of Krishna. No one else. Ma, uh, Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhyalila 8.182 translation. Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, Jai Shri Prabhupada. Very nice verse also chosen, Prabhu. So, thank you once again for this very beautiful painting. We hope to see more paintings from you as well in the future. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
soon we will start what we'll say as per our plan. Next week I'm going to draw sorry. From next week onwards we are going to draw 10 incarnations of Lord. So first Kurma Matsavatar. So for next Istagoshti I
Haribol.
will Kurma Avatar.
Haribol.
Hare
Avatar. Sorry,
Haribol,
sorry.
Prabhu. Haribol. Haribol.
Thank you so much, Prabhu, for your encouragement. I guess
Thank you
next
so
time
much,
I will
Prabhu.
do more and more good. I will try my level best for this drawing.
Very nice, Prabhu. Very nice.
Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Yes. Thank you very much, Drona Prabhu. Every time you consistently come up with beautiful paintings of Radha Krishna, Lord Narsimhadev, Jagannath, for the pleasure of all the Vaishnavas. So thank you so much once again. And we hope to see more of your paintings in the future. As you said, we have plans. So yes, so thank you once again. So regarding the next session, we'll have our sloka learning, or rather sloka recitation session, where Jani Prabhu will be the host and he'll be calling out the devotees in order who would want to be reciting slokas. So Jani Prabhu, please do unmute and you can start with your hosting. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
हरे कृष्णा धन्यवाद प्रणाम जय प्रभुपाद
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna.
Prabhu.
Hare
Dhanavad
Krishna
Pranam.
Prabhu,
Jai Srila
Dhanavad Pranam,
Prabhupada.
all
Hare
glories
Krishna
to Srila
Prabhu,
Prabhupada.
Dhanavad
Jai
Pranam,
Shri
Jai Shri
Prabhupada.
Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, Dhanavad Pranam, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Tribhuvan.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Sorry,
Dhanavad Pranam. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
I just dozed off a bit, but I'm a fan of Rishikesh. I wanted to close my eyes 5 minutes. I just slept off. Sorry for that. Some guests have come in the morning. For morning, I was busy with them. I just thought I'll take some 10 minutes sleep. Slept 30 minutes. Yes. Happy to see. I just missed Louis Prabhu's bhajan. I got a mess. I saw the message. He was singing Bhajakure Mana, right?
Yes, Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah. Maybe I'll see in the video. Yes. Yes. Sorry, Jenny Prabhu, you can carry on. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Prabhu. So, very nice to be here once again. And I want to announce the devotee who want to recite this week. Not many, but it's all right. So I want to announce Shikam Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances
Hare
of
Krishna.
Gosha Prabhupada.
Dhanavad Pranam, Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Jai Srila
Jai
Prabhupada.
Prabhupada. Very well.
I'll recite the verse from the chapter 2, verse 22.
Yes, yes,
Vasamsi Vasamsi Jirnani Yata Vihaya Navani Grinati Naro Aparani Tata Sarirani Vihaya Jirnani Anyani Samyati Navani Dehi. As a person puts up new garments, leaving old ones, the soul similarly accepts new material bodies, giving up old and useless ones. Hare Krishna.
yes, very good, very nice. Thank you very much for this recitation.
Thank you,
For the
Prabhu.
next, I want to announce Louis Prabhu, please.
Yes, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Krishna.
So, this is actually one of the easiest verses. I think 2.23, right, Prabhu? As I said.
Yes. This is the one that you told me. Yes.
Yes, Prabhu. So, नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावकः न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोषयति मारुतः. The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind.
Yes, very good. Very nice. Haribo. So for the next, I want to announce Subham Prabhu.
हरे कृष्ण प्रभु धन्यवाद प्रणाम जय श्री प्रभु
Hare Krishna Prabhu. Dhamma Pranam, Jai Srila Prabhupada. When you're ready,
Yes, Prabhu.
you will recite the 2:11 because you want to
Yes,
recite once again this one. Yes. So
yes,
as you
Prabhu.
please, Prabhu, when you are ready.
Yes, Prabhu. So Bhagavad Gita 2.11 Asochamanoshocestam pragyavadamstavasasi tasmista na anusochanti panditaha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead state, while speaking learned words, you are lamenting uh, for which is not worthy of grief. The wise never lament for living, not for death. Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Haribo.
Hare Krishna.
Nice, very nice.
You also
Hare
have a good
Krishna.
Sanskrit pronunciation. You are also pronouncing Sanskrit very well. Very well.
Yes,
Good.
thank you, Prabhu.
Despite of being in a
Very
very
good.
remote region, but still, you are. Where did you learn this? Where
Like
did you
which Prabhu?
learn? Did you learn Sanskrit in your school or you just learned from Prabhupada?
Just from Prabhupada Prabhu. And this ice cream lecture videos.
Good. You have a good pronunciation. Thank you. Very well.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Hare
And for I think that that's all because Sami Prabhu, his voice is like gone, so I don't think that he will recite something.
What happened to his voice? Throat infection.
Yes, Prabhu.
Oh,
Tuesday I got some, I don't know if it's COVID or what it is, but Tuesday I got something and I got really high fever. Then 2 days my voice completely went. There was nothing. I tried to chant, there was no sound coming. I still chanted my rounds, but it was struggle because there is no voice coming. And then it was 2 days like that, and now it's coming a little bit back. And there was a lot of throat pain also all the time, so I couldn't swallow properly or do anything.
take care of your health. What happened? Others, why not chanting? I mean, like, why everybody is not memorizing slokas?
No, Prabhu, Prabhu, I
Yes,
can
please,
recite. Can I
please.
recite, Prabhu?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. I am reciting 2.14. Matra sparshast kaunteya shitoshna sukadukadaha agama paino nitya tam sitikshasva bharatha. Ocean of Kunti, the appearance of happiness and or distress of an disappearance is like an appearance and disappearance of an summer and winter seasons. Uh, we should be practice. We should be learn to tolerate without disturbance. And I am reciting 2.20. That na jayate mriyate va kadachin na nayam bhutva bhavita vana nayam na sorry bro na jayate sorry bro na jayate na
If the tune is not comfortable, you sing some other tune. It's okay.
everyone with like na jayate mriyate va kadachin nayam bhutva bhavita vana bhuya ajo nitya shashvato yam purana na hanyate hanyamane sharire. For the soul, there is never birth nor death, nor having ceased to be, and the soul is unborn, eternal, ever existing, non primeval, undying, and he is not slain when the body is slain. Very good. Thank you so
Very
much.
nice, Haribol.
Good.
Also, in the chat, Priyansh Prabhu said to me that Asit Kumar that Dutta Prabhu want to recite.
Please accept my
Hare Krishna. Dhanavad Pranam Jai
Hare
Prabhupada.
Krishna, Pranam, Jai Shri Prabhupada. So,
I want to recite sloka number 1.1 and 2.7.
1.1, yes.
धृतराष्ट्रवाच धर्मक्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे समवेतायुयुत्सवः मामकः पाण्डवश्चैव किम् अकुर्वत सञ्जय शास्त्रसंग्रहाय भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी कृपा
Dhritarashtra said, "O Sanjay, after assembling in the place of pilgrimage to Tirupura, my sons and the sons of Pandu, what did they do? Being the desire to fight."
Your volume was very less, but I hear you, but very softly. But very nice, Prabhu. Thank you very much. So this is the only shloka that you want to recite, yes? I can't hear you.
I think better you remove your earphone. I think earphone quality is not good.
Yes, because we can't hear you. There is some
We
issue.
cannot hear you. Remove the earphone and you unplug it and just use that
So now I
normal.
am audible.
Yeah, better. Good.
Okay, Prabhu. Prabhu, I want to recite another sloka.
Yes.
Okay.
So, sloka number 2.7.
2.7, yes.
कर्पण्यदोषापहता स्वभावा पृच्छामि तं धर्मसम्मूढचेतः यश्रेयस्यन्निश्चितं ब्रूहि तन्मे शिष्यस्तेऽहं साधिमां त्वां प्रपन्नम्. Arjuna said, due to confusion, I forgot about my duty and lost all my composure. And I am accepting you as my spiritual master. And you please instruct me what is best for me in this case. I am completely surrender on to you.
Yes. Very good.
Haribol.
Haribol.
Are you first time to the Istagoshti, Asit Prabhu? Your first time here? Oh,
Previously, I was joined in the past Istagoshti session. After that, due to some health disease, I'm unable to join the Istagoshti session. Then came to here base Bhubaneswar by Priyansh Prabhu and Smriti Prabhu and Jani Prabhu. I'm joining now.
good, good. Actually, good. No, yeah, very happy to see you. Come every week and yeah, happy to see you. You're from Bhubaneswar, is it?
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay, good. We also have one outer space man in the group. We can
Yes.
see one head emerging from the globe, Earth. We can see head alone. I don't know, maybe it's an alien or something.
I am not properly hear you.
Hare Krishna
Hare
Prabhuji.
Krishna. Hare Krishna, Muli Prabhu.
Mori
Hare
Prabhu,
Krishna, Mori
look
Prabhu,
like
please
alien.
accept my
Prabhupada.
humble
Please
obeisance to
accept my
Krishna
Namare
humble
Prabhupada.
Prabhupada.
obeisances,
Jai
Shri
Shri
Prabhupada.
Prabhupada.
Krishna Prabhu, Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Vajrapatinam Pavanibhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah.
You look like alien.
Suddenly I speak. Ah, ah, ah.
How are you? Good, doing good.
Yes, Prabhuji. I'm
with
fine.
this with this background eyes, eyes also look blue. Blue color eyes.
This
Sometimes
space.
this background, you
Space.
see. Actually, Karthi Prabhu messaged 19 people. It's a record. It's 21 people now, and not only that, it's all next batch. It's a new batch because all the old batch are not here. It is mostly, it's a different batch except the few devotees. And I can see that, like Smriti Prabhu and Priyansh Prabhu and Devash Prabhu and Ravish Prabhu, and Jayant, Shubham, and Asit. Almost, it's all completely different batch. So very happy to see more people are getting inspired in this. Yes, Prabhu. Yes. Anybody else is reciting?
I think it's all that one should recite, I think. Yes, for this week.
Okay.
So
Why
I
others
want to
are?
recite as well
Yeah, please.
one
But why
shloka.
why everybody is not reciting? This is very important. That's why we have
Prabhu,
given sadhana points for this. But even though we are giving points, only few are reciting.
I want to improve the learning shlokas recitation. I had some. I was busy with the japa session motivation, so it get kept aside for 1-2 weeks. So I will go back at it and motivate everyone. Please forgive me. This is my my fault. So please forgive me for that. Panchakalpataru Pachaki Pasindu Bevicha Patinam Avani Vishna Vibhunamanaha.
Yeah, Steve Prabhu also here.
And yes, I need to motivate and encourage new devotee also, new Prabhu that come, that join. So yes, next week it will have more, by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada.
Yes.
Definitely. So I want to recite the 244. If Sami Prabhu or Louis Prabhu can check for me, please.
Yes, Prabhu. Which verse again was it?
Mine is 244.
240. Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah. Bhogeshwara Prashaktanam Daya Aparita Chetasam Vyavasayatmika Buddhir Samadona Vidiyate. So
that's good.
I want to, because I will recite only one shloka, and I try to memorize also the word for word, because it's important for me. I can learn many words, Sanskrit word, by doing this, and it's better for memorizing. So I try to remember Bhoga, material enjoyment, Aishvara, opulence, then Prashaktanam, those who are so attached, and Taya, by such thing, Aparikta Chetasam, bewildered in mind, Vyavasayatmika, fixed determination, Butir, devotional service to the Supreme Lord. Then the Samadho, control mind. Now, never, Vidiyate, those take place. So those in the mind of those who are too attached to sense enjoyment and material opulence and are bewildered by such thing, the resolute determination of the devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. Yes.
Very good. Very good.
So I just want to recite that shloka, and yes, actually, in the beginning, it was very hard for me to just learn some Sanskrit word, but by the word for word, I get inspired. I don't know why. I get inspired, and when I read Shrimad Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita, when I read, I always read the translation, and I always read the word for word, and I learned some new Sanskrit word, and I found very, it's very good, because sometimes you can make a connection with another shloka. If you find some word like Vyavasayatmika, and this then buddhi, devotional service. Those are you can find those in many verses. So yes, I get inspired. I don't know how it happened, but I just want to encourage everyone to always try to endeavors for more. Try to push yourself. try to push yourself. This is very important, because sometimes we think, oh no, my mind is like this, my mind is like this, I cannot. But this is not your choice. This is Srila Prabhupada's choice and will, and Shri Krishna's will also. And if he wants you to progress, this is his mercy, and he will absolutely definitely help you. So I think perhaps for me it's the same. Now I'm learning Mridanga, and it's only to the second day. And yes, sometimes I just got amazed, because I never in my life learned drum before, because I had this problem with the rhythm, you know, and Mridanga is not the same. I can feel that, yeah, there is some push, you know, there's something that, you know, inside, yeah, it's moving my hand, you know, and just, yeah, I don't understand. This is really, yeah, transcendental instrument. So I hope that I can, by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, learn well, but I do some 30 minutes exercise every learning, practicing every day.
Rebol, Prabhu, rebol.
Yes, and my hand is little hurt, but it's okay because it's not. Yeah, I'm not used to it, you know.
It
But
happens to everybody.
yes, but it's very nice. I hope that I can catch up with the rhythm soon, and chant along, because I want to chant along.
No,
And
don't be speedy,
yeah,
and then
yeah, I
try
know,
to go step by
yeah.
step. I mean,
I,
everybody will have the interest to play immediately for the kirtan, but these are the warm up exercises, because
but
basically these practice exercises strengthen the specific muscles required to play mridanga. Every muscle has to be developed. Even this place also, this all actually have to become hard. See here, because we always play this, this area should
yes,
become hard, and then this part of the body should, the muscle should become strong. That's why
yes,
so this practice lessons are very important. So even though you want to play along, sing along when we play, and but better every lesson you practice very nicely, and make sure
yes,
that like this movement should be very flexible, so
yes,
you focus on all this.
yes.
Then
I will.
particularly, of course, you have music sense, so you can pick up fast. Only thing is that this drums is different than the guitar is actually
Yes,
different.
absolutely.
It's a
Not
different.
different. It's totally different.
It takes some time,
Yes.
but you'll
Oh,
learn.
it's okay. I had this patience now with Krishna
Yes.
consciousness. I become more patient and more determined. So I want to really learn well. So I will definitely do the basic uh, as much as required. I will do.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Prabhu, for
Keep
your
it.
encouragement. And yes, I want to. I don't want to delay no more the next event.
I
So
think
thank you very much
I
for
think there is
those.
a message from Karthi Prabhu to ask
Yes,
Panditji
I
to recite
didn't.
slogan. Panditji,
Oh yes, but
Sujit Prabhu,
he is here. Yes, but he is here. Okay,
his
Prabhu is
name
here.
is here.
Okay,
Sujit Prabhu, you are there.
Sujit Prabhu, are you here?
Panditji,
Oh, Panditji.
आइए.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, please accept my obeisances, O Gracious Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhu. He's like visiting professor. Whenever he get time, he visits, and then he makes sure everything is going well. And then once in a month, he will just come and then supervise. Okay, Istagoshti is going fine. And everybody will, okay, we'll see you next month, So, and you'll come, you will chant some 20, 30 slokas in one shot. Recite some 20, 30 slokas for whole month and then he'll come next week. Yes, correct, Prabhu. Sujit Prabhu, correct now?
No, no, no.
How you are doing? Doing good?
Prabhu.
Yeah? I cannot hear you.
But unfortunately, I missed many Istagoshtis, Prabhu, recently. Actually, I wanted to join, but somehow or other I missed it, Prabhu.
Okay. That's good. That's good you missed. Don't miss.
Sure,
Okay. Try come every week. Okay.
sure, Prabhu.
Yes. Which what you are chanting now?
Hmm?
Which sloka you are chanting?
No, no, Prabhu. I'll start from next week, Prabhu.
Why? You already have stocks, right? So many slokas. If you tell sloka number, you can chant. What did you chant last?
I don't remember, Prabhu, exactly.
Do you have
Jani, Prabhu.
Jenny Prabhu? You have record of what the all devotees? Do you have record of every devotees?
Yes, Prabhu. Yes.
Okay. What is the last sloka he chanted?
I want to check. Yes, he was at the 241.
241. Okay. Next is
244.
244.
Yeah, the next is 244 and then 245, 246, like this.
So Bogeshwarya
Prabhu,
Prasada.
maybe I can tell.
You know,
Bogeshwar.
you know that no before
Yes,
that Yam Imam Pushpitam Vasam. You know that? Yam Imam
याम्यां
Pushpitam Vasam.
पुष्पितां वाचं प्रवदन्ति विपश्चितः वेदवादारपादानान्यदस्तीति वादिनः कामात्मानः स्वर्गपरा जन्मकर्मफलप्रदां क्रियाविशेषबहुलां भोगैश्वर्य गतिं प्रति
Evo.
भोगैश्वर्यप्रसक्तानां दयापहृतचेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिर्समाधानो. That's it, Brahma.
Traigunya.
त्रैगुण्यविषया वेदा निस्त्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुना निर्द्वन्द्वो नित्यसत्त्वस्थो निर्योगक्षेम आत्मवान्
Yavan.
यावान् अर्ध उदपाने सर्वतः सम्पृक्तोदके तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणश्च. I
Brahmanas.
have to recite once again to recall the sloka.
Yeah. Yavan.
यावान् अर्ध उदपाने सर्वतः सम्पृक्तोदके तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणश्च ज्ञानतः. No, Prabhu, I don't remember exactly.
Correct. You're right. That is right.
यावान्
How can
अर्ध
Pandit ji be
उदपान.
wrong? Pandit ji cannot be wrong. Correct.
यावान्
Okay.
अर्ध उदपाने सर्वतः सम्पृक्तोदके तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणस्य विजानतः.
Perfect. Karmanyevadikarasya.
कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्य मा फलेषु कदाचन. कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्य मा फलेषु कदाचन. I forgot it, Prabhu.
It's okay.
कर्म फल हेतुर्भूर
मा कर्म फले हेतुर्भुर्माते संगोष्ठ कर्मणि.
Revol. Okay, we keep it until here. Until 247. He chanted 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. 6 verses today. Without any practice.
Prabhu.
Okay,
On
so
spot.
I cannot catch up. 42.
42 to 47.
Okay, thank you. 47.
Reboot.
And can receive the shloka?
Prabhu.
Yes, please.
No, I have a question,
Yes, Prabhu.
please.
Yes.
Prabhu Jani.
Oui, vas-y,
Oui.
je t'en prie, je t'écoute.
Oui, la question c'est par rapport au shloka.
Oui.
So 1 second, Prabhu. I'm not able. Actually, I'm searching for my Bluetooth.
No, it's okay. Yeah, Mori
Oui.
Prabhu, carry on.
Oui, c'est par rapport au shloka. J'arrive pas encore à me poser pour apprendre. Et que puis-je faire y
Je te
arriver?
dirai, Prabhu.
Ah, ok.
Mais de toute façon, comme je t'ai dit, en fait, comme je t'ai dit, il faut que tu répètes sans cesse, par exemple, et
Oui.
à un moment donné, ça va venir, en fait. Voilà. Il n'y a pas de
Est-ce que
secret.
tu peux lui est-ce que tu peux lui dire que j'ai encore un peu de mal à faire ça, à
Yes,
me
oui,
poser et à prendre les shlokas. C'est très dur. Dis-lui,
okay,
s'il te plaît.
oui.
Ok, merci. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So, Amuri Prabhu said that for him is like very difficult now, the shloka learning. He already told me, I tried to help him. So he had some he find very difficult for him. So the Sanskrit and all this. So I will gradually told him how to do it with a systematic manner and way, like this. So he just want to apologize, so that he is not recitate, but yes, he just
It's okay, no problem. It's okay. Ask him to
mm,
slowly you can learn.
mm. He just had some difficulty like this.
It's fine,
So
no issues. No issues. Ask him to at least know the meaning of this books, means slokas. That's the most important thing, and
yes,
no issues. Yeah, can actually
okay,
ask him to take his own time to do this.
no problem.
Okay.
So that's also thank you to Pandiji for this.
No.
This was phenomenal. Yes.
I have to say it's very inspiring to hear your chanting, Prabhu. It's been a while since I actually have moved forward past 214. So you're in 247. Are you evil?
That too without any practice. He was not planning to recite today. He said, "Prabhu, I'm not reciting, but I know he can do that." See, like he did not practice it just like that, flow.
He's like the Michael Jackson of the Bhagavad Gita.
No. So
See,
Bhagavatam also,
by Krishna's mercy, you got a good jnana,
Yeah, thank you.
And the Vijnan is only with devotee association. To achieve the Vijnan and to, you see, like the Bhakti is having two children. Do you know that? Bhakti Devi has two children. Correct.
Jnana and Vairagya.
Very good. Bhakti has two children called Jnana and Vairagya. It is actually from Padma Puran. So, Jnana is the knowledge and, and Vairagya has been detachment. But for Bhakti, these two should be there. So, Vairagya is possible only by devotee association. Otherwise, we stay in the Brahminical platform. Right? So, otherwise, we stay in the level of Brahmana by reciting so many slokas. It is good, but at the same time, you have to get Vairagya. Like Tattva Prabhu, you see, Tattva Prabhu is actually expert in all the slokas. I remember in 2008, there is supposed to be one initiation ceremony, and one day before, Sundar Gopal Prabhu told Tattva Prabhu that you are doing the initiation ceremony. You are the priest. And he never did before. First time he is doing a initiation ceremony as a Hotri. And he memorized whole Brahma Samhita within one night. Whole Brahma Samhita within one night. Few hours, some 1 hour time. He memorized the
Very
whole.
bold.
No, sorry, not Brahma Samhita. Sorry. What is that? Purusha Sutta. Purusha Sutta. He memorized the whole Purusha Sutta the whole night. Actually, that is difficult. Purusha Sutta is not very easy. He was sitting in his table, and then he took the book, and then he just read through and finished. Next day, no book support. He just chanted the Purusha Sutta. That is Dattva Prabhu's memory power. But he is also blessed with that Vairagya. So I take this opportunity to pray at the feet of Srila Prabhupada to give you more of Vairagya. Okay? You have to become detached from the worldly affairs. And this one life, you use all the Shastric things to spread Krishna consciousness. Understand? Vairagya is actually, for some it is nectar, for some it is poison. Detachment is nectar for some and poison for some. The word detachment is very scary for some. Oh, detachment. For some it is very enthusiastic. For us all, it is very enthusiastic. Because in 2008, 9, 10, 11, these 4 years when I was staying in Singapore temple, and all brahmacharis, Tattva Dhruv brahmachari, Mahaprabhu brahmachari, and then Rajikishore brahmachari, and Chaitanya Leela Prabhu was there, and then Shankarshan Prabhu was there, and then Advaita Prabhu was there, and then Pawan Prabhu, of course, he was not a brahmachari that time, but still, saying, of course, I was not brahmachari also. We are working outside, but we got this training. So there is no Mataji in Bhagavatam class, only Prabhus, that were aspiring brahmacharis. The Prabhu's class full of vairagya, full of renunciation. And then no Matajis want to sit and listen to the class. No Mataji will be interested to listen to this class. Prabhu will talk like how this brahmacharya is important, why you should avoid women association, why the women is very dangerous. So this is how this class. That's why for us to speak, even to hear about detachment is very encouraging. But for some people it is scary. Oh my God, I have to give up my possessions, I have to give up my job, I have to give up my, for some it is scary. But until you come to that point, going back to God is not easy. So you have to get more devotee association, sadhu sangha. Every week you should come and talk to the devotees privately and take their instructions and come to temple and stay in the temple and then learn Krishna
Yes, Prabhu.
consciousness. Really clear, Sujit Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu, clear.
Yes, pray to Prabhupada to give you more vairagya.
Yes, Prabhu.
Hare
Yes.
Krishna Prabhu, Tatvit Prabhu used to say, when I was age of Sujit Prabhu, same as Sujit Prabhu, to telling to Sujit Prabhu that in which place that was, Sujit Prabhu, we met
Yes, yes.
Yes, Ahobilam, Prabhu. Ahobilam.
how Bilam. Yes, on that time Tatvit Prabhu used to tell that.
See, in the school, there will be two kind of boys. One kind of boys will be sitting in the front row, and then fully sitting, listening to the class and answers all the students' question. That is Sujit Prabhu. He's very
No,
studious.
Prabhu. No, Prabhu. I am a black dancer, Prabhu.
And there will be one more type of student. They'll be sitting at the last row and then don't know whether listening class or not. And I mean, this guy don't know anything. That's what people will think. But they will just like that. They will surprise the teacher. That is Vivek Prabhu. Vivek Prabhu is like that.
Yes, Prabhu.
By looking at him, maybe he's not prepared for the sloka today. Maybe he will not present properly, but he will surprise us by giving wonderful slokas and then wonderful presentations,
No,
and
no, no,
then
Prabhu.
nice bhajans and
Yeah.
philosophy,
No, Prabhu.
critical service. That is Vivek.
No, Prabhu.
Very hardworking. Yeah, good. Very happy to see all of you here. And this Vivek, yes, this Vivek from Delhi, right? Is it? Vivek, yes. Is it? Are you there, Vivek, Prabhu? One more Vivek.
Yes, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna,
Delhi.
Prabhu. Please accept my humble obeisances.
Jai, Jai Pranam, Jai Prabhu. I was just thinking about you yesterday. What happened to you? I was just thinking yesterday. You came today.
Prabhu. Yes, Prabhu.
What happened? Long leave.
Actually, I was busy with some college work. I shouldn't be like this. I should have joined these sessions. I missed so many associations.
Yes.
So when my brother joined, he actually told me to join. And after that, I remembered previous sessions. So I decided to join.
Yeah, you should come. You should come and then inspire your brother. Your brother is very regular now. I'm also seeing him in the Japa sessions.
Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah, I'm seeing every day. Mostly he's coming. I don't know every day or not. The Jenny Prabhu will know every day. But mostly I'm seeing him the japa sessions?
Yes, Prabhu.
Vishnu.
Yeah, I'm not
Yes.
regular. I'm not regular.
Yeah, I mean, I saw your brother was coming for chanting this week,
Yes,
right?
yes, Prabhu. Yes,
How are you? How
yes,
is
Prabhu.
everything?
Yes, Prabhu. Now I'm fine. Actually, now everything is going right.
Your leg is okay?
Yes,
Got
Prabhu. That's fine, Prabhu. Like,
That's fine.
yes, Prabhu. Yes,
Okay.
Prabhu.
Okay. How is your all exams and all okay?
Yes, Prabhu. Actually, everything is done now. Like 7th sem is going on. One more year I have to like suffer in this college.
Chanting? Chanting?
Chanting I'm doing, Prabhu. Like from the past 1.5 year I'm doing 16 rounds.
You associate the devotees, you should associate. You should come every week,
Yes, Prabhu.
right? Because everybody, all devotees are busy with so many things. If you
Hmm.
don't come, devotees may forget you. Understand?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
And
yes,
so you should come every week and then
yes,
remind
Prabhu.
yourself,
Yes,
right?
yes, Prabhu. Should be
Mm.
more regular.
Yeah, then only, as I was telling just now, then only the Vairagya will develop detachment. There is one
Yes.
sloka from Nidhi Shastra, Pravrittiresha Bhutanam Nivrittimshu Mahaphala. Do you know that sloka? Anybody knows? Pravrittim Pravrittim Bhutanam Nivrittim Mahaphala. You know the verse? You can share the verse. Where is it? Yeah, but is it quoted somewhere? Try to find. This means people normally think path of attachment is very interesting, but really the path of detachment is the most interesting thing. That is the meaning of this Chanakya Pandit or Manu Samhita, is it? Manu Samhita. Okay, Vani codes. I got it. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Yeah, Bhagavatam also there. Yes, correct. I saw that. Oh, you're already sharing? Okay, good. Am I sharing or who is sharing? You are sharing, is it? Sami Prabhu? Who is sharing the screen? Is it my screen or your screen?
Your screen, Prabhu.
Your screen, Prabhu.
Okay, you see here? You can see the thing highlighted in yellow color. Read this,
Yes, Prabhu.
Vishnu Prabhu, you can read this.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Please
Oh,
accept
sorry.
my
Jai
obeisance.
Prabhupada. I was supposed to say Vivek. I say Vishnu. Sorry, Vivek Prabhu, can you read this?
Yes,
Vivek
Prabhu.
from Delhi. Yeah.
Yes, Prabhu. Manu Samhita says, Pravrtiyesha Bhutana Nivrittiristu Mahapala. We have many tendencies in this material world, but in the human life, one is meant to learn how to curb these tendencies. Those
Okay, the
tendencies.
actual translation is not here. So, Pravrittiresha Bhuthanam Nivrittimsha Mahaphala means people in general they think Pravritti. Pravritti means path of attachment. Nivritti means path of detachment. Maybe Louis Shobu, if you can find the exact translation somewhere, you can share. You can let me know otherwise. Exact translation Prabhupada mentioned somewhere.
Yes, Prabhu, we'll find it.
You see, like Pravriti means a path of attachment, Pravriti, and Nivriti means path of detachment. So people normally think that path of attachment is very nice because everybody want to have a family and then with the children, wife. So people think that is wonderful life. But Nivritim to Mahaphala means the real result, the real pleasure. Phala means the result. The real result happiness is only in Nivritti Marga, means path of detachment. Because that's why this detachment is the is actually very wonderful thing, and that is actually the desirable thing for all the living entities. So ultimate aim is to become detached from this material world and attached to Krishna. So if we don't do this, then we cannot go back to Godhead actually. So this is very important. So that is possible only by the devotee association. Only by sadhu sangha you get the distaste for this material world, right? Srimad Bhagavatam 552. If you see this 552 Srimad Bhagavatam, yeah, this one can be read by Sujit Prabhu. You are there?
Yes,
Sujit,
Prabhu, I am here.
read the translation.
One can attain the path of liberation from material bondage only by rendering service to highly advanced spiritual personalities. These personalities are impersonalists and devotees. Whether one wants to merge into the Lord's existence or wants to associate with the personality of Godhead, one should render service to the Mahatmas. For those
Read.
for those who are not interested in such acts, for those who are not interested in such activities, who associate with people fond of women and sex, the path to hell is wide open. The Mahatmas are equipoised. They do not see any difference between one living entity and another. They are very peaceful and fully engaged in devotional service. They devoid of anger and they work for the benefit of everyone. They do not behave in any abominable way. Such people are known as Mahatmas.
So here clearly mentioned, if you associate with people fond of sex, and then Tamodvaram Yoshitam Sangi Sangam. That is actually the actual Sanskrit. Tamodvaram Yoshitam Sangi Sangam means if you are associating with Yoshitam Sangi, Yoshita means women, and Sangi means associator. And the one who is associating with women, and if you are Sangha associating with that kind of man, then Tamodvaram, the path to hell is wide open. But Mahatsevam, if you're associating with the devotees and serving the devotees, and then Dvaramahur Vimukte. Vimukte means liberation. Liberation, if you serve the devotees, then Vimukti. And then if you serve the karmis, those who are fond of women and sex and money, then you're going to hell. So, but people normally think that, oh, you should be associating with a materially successful man, and it's all right to enjoy the senses. No, it is not all right. It's not all right. So, I request all the devotees and wear the ornament of detachment, and that is the real ornament to be worn by the devotees. वैराग्य विद्या निजभक्ति योग शिक्षार्थवेकम पुरुष पुराण श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य शरीरधारी करुणाबुदिरेकम शरणम प्रपद्ये. This is actually from I think Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya is chanting this sloka. Vairagya Vidya. So Nijabhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga means Vairagya and Vidya. Shiksharthamekam Purusha Purana. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to teach this Vairagya and Vidya. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Sariradari, and he has taken the name of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Sariradari. Karunambudhi Rekam Saranam Prapadye. He is so merciful. Please take shelter of him. Okay, so he takes shelter of Lord Chaitanya and his associates and his followers until Srila Prabhupada and his servants, and then you develop detachment. Okay, this is my prayer. You may be busy with the college and all those things, but it's simply waste of time. It's simply waste of time. Your college studies and everything, it is only going to bind you more and more and more and more. It's bind you more and more. It's actually can go to that Vidyara Vilase song. If you see this, Vidyara Vilase. Who knows this song? Who knows this song, Vidyara Vilase? Do you know this song?
No, Prabhu.
No, Prabhu.
No, no, it's a wonderful song. Bhakti
No,
Vinod
Prabhu.
Thakur. Okay, maybe everybody can read one stanza of this sloka, this song. It's a very interesting song. Maybe somebody can choose this song for bhajan in the future also. It is one of my favorite songs. Who want to read the first paragraph?
Can I read, Prabhu?
Can I read, Prabhu?
Yeah, yeah, can. All of you read one by one.
With great enthusiasm, I spend my time in the pleasures of mundane learning. I never worshipped your lotus feet, O Lord. Now you are my only shelter.
You see, this is actually Bhaktivinoda Thakur. He is posing himself as a materialistic guy. And then you see, all of us are having so much enthusiasm, right? To learn the mundane subjects. We're going to school and then going to college, We're learning so many things with great enthusiasm. And then what we say, Prabhu, I have no time for Istagoshti, right? Yes, Vivek Prabhu? Correct?
Yes, Prabhu.
Yes, we say I have no time for Istagoshti. Same thing Bhaktivinoda Thakur say, I never worship your lotus feet. But now we become old, he's saying, now you are my only shelter. Next, Vivek, you can read.
Reading on and on, my hopes grew and grew, for I considered the acquisition of material knowledge to be life's true goal. How fruitless those hopes turned out to be. For all my knowledge proved feeble. Now I know that all such erudition is actually pure ignorance.
Because the more and more you learn the material subjects, what you get, you become proud. The more and more you materially knowledgeable, you become proud of your knowledge, and then proud of your, like money, and proud of your education, you're proud of your degree, and then, and you hope increasing day by day. But as life pass by, then that only result in frustration. Then you understand that all this knowledge are actually ignorance. Yes, next one can be read by Vishnu Prabhu. You can read Vishnu.
Yes, Prabhu. All the so-called knowledge of this world is born out of flickering potency of your illusionary energy Maya, which is an impediment to the execution of devotional service to you. Indulgence in mundane knowledge really makes an ass of the eternal soul by encouraging his infatuation with this temporary world.
See, all this knowledge of this world is only flickering potency, and what is it doing? It is only making a soul as an ass, as a donkey. It's like a donkey is carrying all useless things, which is not required for that. The donkey is not going to eat the clothes, you know. So the clothes are not required. The donkey doesn't eat all the clothes, but it is carrying all the clothes. Why it is carrying? Because it is thinking that the boss will give food. But if the donkey goes around, it can easily find the food. Similarly, we also think that without this degree, without this college, without this job, I cannot eat food. I will be a beggar. That's how we think. So all this material education is simply making you as a donkey. And the fourth one, who is the lucky one? Read the fourth one.
Here, he's one person who has been turned into such an ass, who for so long has carried on his back an useless burden of material existence. Now, in my old age, for want of the power to enjoy, I find that nothing at all please me.
So Bhaktivinoda Thakur is calling himself as a donkey, as an ass. He is one such person, turned himself as a donkey, as an ass, because he was carrying on his back all useless burdens. But when you become old, you understand that, because like when a person is old and his children won't respect him, his grandchildren won't respect him, and then everybody see him as a burden, and everybody is waiting, when will this man die? But this man was working very hard to earn properties and monies for his children. But when he become old, the children are waiting, when will this man die? When I can enjoy his property? So it is very bitter, especially for a person who is very attached to family life. The demise of his life partner, your husband or wife, that is very, 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 very painful. If suppose if the wife passed away and husband is very old, and he is under the custody of his children, and he will always be seen as a burden, and then he will be dying every moment. I know the old people who are waiting, they're praying for death. My dear Lord, please give me death, please give me death. I cannot survive. Please give me death. There are so many old people, they are praying. Because when you become old, nothing is going to please you. Next one. Yes? Anybody want to read? Next.
Life has now become agony, for my so-called erudite knowledge has proven itself to be worthless ignorance. Material knowledge has now become a pointed shaft and has pierced my heart with the intolerable burning pain of ignorance.
See how much actually, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is realizing, is saying that this material knowledge become pointed shaft and it pierces your heart with the intolerable burning pain of ignorance, avidya. Avidya is actually very, 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 very painful. You see the Sanskrit, is saying, Jivana jatana hoilo ekona, se vidya avidya belo. So this vidya has become avidya. Avidvara jwala, katiro bishama, se vidya hoilo shelo. You say avidvara jwala, the jwala of the avidya, it's burning my heart so much that I cannot take the pain. Because avidya is not very pleasurable. Avidya means ignorance. Yes. Last one. Sujit, you are there. You are there, Sujit Prabhu, you are there? Or somebody else? Subham, you can read the last one.
Yes, Prabhu, I'm here.
Read. Last.
Oh Lord, there is no treasure worth seeking. Oh Lord, there is no treasure worth seeking in this world other than your lotus feet. Bhakti we know the abundance, all his mundane knowledge, and makes your lotus feet the sum and substance of his life.
See, finally, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, of course, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is not such a person. He is actually posing himself like a karmi guy. And then he's just acting like a materialistic person. He's saying that there is no treasure worth seeking in this world other than lotus feet. The same thing Krishna is saying in Bhagavad Gita. Bhaktivinoda Thakur abandon all his knowledge and makes your lotus feet a sum and substance of his life. Which sloka in Bhagavad Gita explains the same similar point? Yeah, there it is mentioned, Bhagavad Gita, similar point.
1866, Prabhu?
934 also.
1866, 934. Yeah, quite close. Yes, but there is no abundant, the knowledge is not there in 1866. He's saying abundant the dharma, about the knowledge. About the knowledge, you have to go to 719. 719 is explaining the similar thing. Taking shelter of lotus feet of Krishna, and then the topmost knowledge, and what is the aim of life. There is no treasure other than these lotus feet. These things are mentioned in 719 of Bhagavad Gita. Read this.
After many deaths, he who is knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare.
So this verse talks about Jnanavan. The word Jnanavan means highly knowledgeable. Bahunam Janmanam Ante, because after many, many births and deaths, Jnanavan Maam Prabhu, just like Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that, and now I have surrendered to you. Because other than a lotus feet, nothing pleases me. That is what Jnanavan Maam Prabhadyate. After so much efforts, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying that now I understood Avidya is so cruel, Avidya Rajwala. Katilo Bishama, this is so painful. And then he say Jnana, Ajnana Jani. So the Jnana become Ajnana. And after all these things, finally the intelligent man, he understands that Vasudeve Sarvamiti. Same thing Bhaktivinoda Thakur say that your lotus feet is the only one that awards me happiness. And Krishna is saying that kind of person is very, very rare, and he is technically Mahatma. Clear? So we have to take shelter of devotee association. Sadhu Sange, Sarva Shastra Hoya, Lavamadre, Sadhu Sange, Sarva Siddhi Hoya. So you have to take shelter of devotees, and Lavamadra means, even a fraction of second. that will give you so much, it will save you from so much of lives. What will few moments association of devotee do? The few moment association of devotee will save you from so many lives. So many lives. Have you seen that game? What do you say that, like snakes and ladder?
Snake and ladder.
Yeah, it will just by this one chance you can take a ladder and you can actually jump so many steps. But what does the non-devotee association do? It will pull you back so many lives, just like the association of the snake. When you go and associate with the snakes, that takes you down, and then all your efforts become useless. The sadhu sangha will elevate you from so many steps and closer to Krishna. That is why Krishna says, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu say, Achat Sangha Tyagi Ye Vaishnavachar. So both should be there. So Rupa Goswami is saying in Upateshamrita, Matra 3, he's saying two things. One is Sangatyaga Satovrite. Two things he's saying. One is Sangatyaga, another one is Satovrite. Sangatyaga means give up the non-devotee association. Satovrite means follow the footsteps of devotees. Two things. What is the favorable thing? Sangatyaga means giving up association of non-devotees. Satovrite means actually following the footsteps of previous acharyas or great devotees. Not only acharyas, even those following the acharyas. You may not be associating directly with Prabhupada, even by associating those who are following Srila Prabhupada, Siksha Gurus, their association also will help you. Sangatyaga, Satovrite, both should be there. Make use of the ladders and don't go near the snakes. Then you can reach the desired result very fast. So I take this opportunity to, like this Istagoshti is designed such a way that it will give you devotee association and then helps you from non-devotee association. It will give you attachment to Krishna and detachment to material people. Okay, so don't miss this. So many wonderful things are going on. Sorry, I'm taking so much of your time. I think I disturbed the whole flow of the program. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. Yes, so you make use of this, huh? Sorry, Prabhu, Jani Prabhu, what is next? I'm sorry, I just got.
No, no, Prabhu, no, Prabhu.
Yes. Mm.
Yes.
I think it's so
No, Prabhu,
very,
actually, like,
very nice.
this is more pleasurable than the other events, hearing you speak about the importance of devotee association. So thank you so much, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. So
Because
actually, then,
my point is
yes,
actually I want all the devotees to come every week regularly, and also the sloka reciting program and then your sadhana. These are all very, very important. So I'm making announcement here again, like last week I have told to Jani Prabhu, because Jani Prabhu is taking lot of efforts to improve the sadhana of all the devotees here by inviting them for Mangalarti and morning chanting. So I told Jani Prabhu that whoever is coming every day Mangalarti, end of the month for Indian devotees staying in India, prasadam will be sent to their house, Mahaprasad from the temple. So we made the announcement last week, and we are
Hari
doing
Bol.
very bold. So you
Hari
come
Hari.
every day, and then you get Mahaprasad from ISKM Pondicherry delivered to your house.
I will try.
Manu Prabhu, if he is coming every day Mangalarti, he can go to that dining hall of your ISKM Philippines temple and eat some sweet. Okay? He's staying in the temple.
Yes,
So,
Prabhu. Hari Bol. Definitely, Rajikisha Prabhu, he's motivating me.
okay, next. Sorry. What is next?
Thank you so
yes,
much,
Prabhu.
Prabhu, for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Prabhu, once again.
I will
So basically, the next program was regarding the sadhana chat. But I was just thinking, since about 19 persons are here, can we do the group discussion first, Prabhu? Is that okay?
Anything you decide, whatever, right? No problem. Anything is
Yes,
okay.
Prabhu. Yes, Prabhu. Then, if it's okay with you, can we proceed with the group discussion, Prabhu? The topic is, if God is all good, then why is there suffering in this world? So I'll just type it down in the chat box, or maybe perhaps Sami Prabhu, you can type it down in the chat box, and I'll recite the rules. So this way we get to save time as well. Is
If
that
the
okay,
God
Sami
is
Prabhu?
all good, why people are suffering, right?
Yes, Prabhu. If God is all good, then why there is so much suffering in this world?
Yes.
Yeah. So Sami Prabhu, kindly write
Yes, Prabhu.
the topic down in the Zoom chat box, and at the same time I will read the rules. So I would request all devotees to be attentive for this, because the time limit is very, very important. So the group discussion is about 15 minutes. Okay. So any devotee who's speaking, they must make sure to not speak for more than 1 minute or 1.5 minutes. So we request all the devotees to refrain from speaking for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Just make it short, add your points, and make sure you quote verses, or you can even summarize Prabhupada's purpose in your own words. So whatever you're speaking should be short, and at the same time it should be authoritative from Shastric statements. So that is the first point. And the second point is that actually we can also disagree with each other. It doesn't have to be, because generally what happens is everyone just agrees with each other, but we can also disagree with each other. This will make it more, interesting, because for example, if there's a point which I don't agree with, or if there's a point which I want to add more to the statements of the Shastras, we can add more based on the previous speaker's argument. So kindly keep this also in mind. We don't only have to, just say yes, but at the same time, we can also disagree. So this way it'll be more interactive. Third point is that we don't have to be so formal in this. So there is no requirement of raising hands or, messaging, Prabhu, can I speak? No, this is all not required. So whenever one feels like one can add his points, you can just unmute and find the right gap within, and you can just share your points, and you can, uh, you know, go forward and speak. So I hope these rules are clear. I'll just repeat them again. Please don't speak for more than 1 minute or 1.5 minutes per person. Second, you can also make sure to quote from Shastras. Even if the verses are not known, you can share Prabhupada's purpose in your own words, whichever you have read. So yeah, these are the main points. And the time limit is 15 minutes. So Sami Prabhu, when it's about 13 minutes or 12.5 minutes, you can just request someone to, conclude.
Yes,
Okay.
Prabhu.
So I hope it's all clear. Is there any doubts, or maybe would anyone like to ask something?
Hare Krishna. Yeah, Prabhu. I would like to ask, why do people still consider that Krishna is not responsible? Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, this is his energy, right? So therefore, he has to be convicted of forcing the jivas to perform sinful activities. So therefore, why is there any sort of disagreement on this? Everything is Krishna's energy. So are we. So shouldn't we understand that Krishna is controlling us?
We start.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Manu Prabhu. Actually, we did not start, but we'll start from now. 3, 2, 1, and you can proceed, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Oh, that's my point.
I think the group discussion not started yet.
Yes,
So
Prabhu.
Prabhu is asking if you have any doubts about the group discussion. If you're going to
I thought it was a question.
okay. So it is not about the group discussion, right? Then we can start. Then whatever point you want to say, you can say after the discussion started.
Okay.
Okay. So you start the
All right.
discussion. There you can say your points. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Hare Krishna. Yes, Manu Prabhu, I would like to ask you a question, that if God is all good and only does good, then why is there children with cancer and horrible things like this?
Because although Krishna, being the source of all, still he is Just like the sun, he is able to create and maintain and annihilate the clouds. So similarly, anything that is created and maintained, although it's by his own energy, he is not directly connected. So the rays are doing the work, just as the flower, which is smelled by the smelling power of the person. The flower gives a fragrance, just as the Lord, he gives a glance over Maya. So therefore, he is able to perform all these activities of giving the judgment over the jiva.
But can this be done
without
without
being
suffering? Couldn't this be teach to the souls without making them suffer in horrible ways?
Well, that's up to the jiva. It's not up for Krishna to do that, because he is a father and he gives us a knowledge, instruction. Everyone knows that we have a choice, and everyone knows they want to be happy. And Krishna also wants us to be happy more than we do. But it's up to us to end our suffering. Suffering begins with sinful life, and sinful life begins with ignorance. And once we become ignorant of our position as an eternal servant of Krishna, so therefore we begin our suffering.
But what about child that is born? What about child that is born? He has not yet then done anything, and he gets some disease, or why is that?
Yes, because this child that may seem as though that he has done nothing wrong has done something in the past, just like we have seen in the Ramayana. Kaikeyi, although it seems as though out of some, imposition against Lord Ramachandra. Lord Ramachandra, he is God himself, perfect, without any fault. But yet, she antagonized him due to the influence of mantra. So, what was the life of mantra before? She wanted to have revenge against Lord Ravana. So therefore, they were suffering, required suffering to fulfill that desire. So in each and every case of every person who is suffering, they have a desire, and that desire also follows with suffering. We have to make our bed, and we have to sleep in it too.
Yes, bro. I would like to add another point as well, because generally speaking, the atheists, they say that there is so much suffering. So if God is all good, which all the Shastras proclaim, then why is there suffering? Well, the point is that they do not know that there's a big difference between body and soul. So they think that everything that is affecting the body is actually the end cause. So because of this, they might think that, for example, a newborn baby or perhaps a 5-year-old kid, they're all innocent. But since they do not know the existence of the soul and the eternality of the soul, they do not know that there have been many, many millions of life cycles that particular individual soul has gone through, where he must have committed so many nefarious acts due to which he has to suffer. So this is my point, that they do not know the existence of the soul. Therefore, they are working with a very much limited viewpoint of what is what. So they're just taking consideration of the body, but they do not know about the soul, where the soul is eternal. And so somebody logically proves to them the existence of the soul, just like consciousness is the same, no matter when one is 5 years old or 10, 15, 20, 45, whatever, the same I is being referred to when we refer to consciousness, whereas the body is changing. So if somebody explains to them in this logical matter, then they will start to understand that God is actually all merciful. And just another thing I want to add is that since they cannot prove that they have created, or rather, all this material manifestation has come from matter, or it has just come out of nowhere, then logically it is to be concluded that if my iPhone takes so many hours to build, similarly, this entire cosmic manifestation takes a superior intelligence of brain we build. So in that way, if you see, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of God, is supplying us with so many necessities such as sunlight, water, rain, so on and so forth. So it is actually due to their ignorance and actually due to some amount of bias as well. So what do you think about this, Lavesh Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu. So to add on to actually what you referred to with regards to the atheists and what they think, a lot of atheists think that happiness is actually the mere absence of suffering. But what they don't understand is that happiness is actually real happiness is real spiritual pleasure, the source of which is actually the spiritual pleasure energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. Secondly, I would like to add 3 axioms of sorts from Prabhupada's books regarding whether or not, and I need to stay true to the subject as well, which is, if God is all good, why is there suffering? So the first axiom I would like to introduce is from the purport of Bhagavad Gita chapter 1 verse 15. Here Prabhupada states that the Lord, situated in the hearts of all living entities, directs their senses. So in one sense, Manu Prabhu would be correct in saying that Lord Krishna would be technically held accountable, because whatever is being done through his own energy, material energy. But Prabhupada also writes the following. He writes that Krishna directs the living entity only in terms of the surrender of the living entity. And in the case of a pure devotee, he directly controls the senses. So this is axiom number 1. The second axiom I would like to introduce into this discussion is Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 15. Krishna says that nor does the Supreme Lord assume. In this particular case, Prabhupada's meaning of assume actually means to take responsibility of. So nor does the Supreme Lord assume or take responsibility of anyone's sinful or pious activities. Embodied beings, however, are bewildered because of the ignorance which covers their real knowledge. So this directly ties into Sai Karthi Prabhu's point, how the atheists don't even realize that they're suffering to begin with. Okay, so that's the second one. And the final third I would like to introduce is from the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 12, Chapter 6, verse 25, where I think Brihaspati is stating the following. The life and death of an embodied soul and his destination in the next life are all caused by himself through his own activity. Therefore, O King, no other agent is actually responsible for creating one's happiness and distress. So this is the third axiom I wanted to introduce into this group discussion. So based on these 3 verses or purport words by Srila Prabhupada, one can actually understand that everyone does have a degree of independence, which can either be used properly or it can be misused. To use it properly means to engage all of one's senses in Krishna consciousness, in Krishna's service, to please Krishna. If we try to please Krishna, automatically we become pleased and we thus experience that supreme spiritual pleasure that I was speaking of in the beginning. So maybe, Yani Prabhu, you have something to add here based on these introductions?
I just want to, because you're all talking about atheism, and just want to talk about those who believe. And the pious and intelligent person, they don't think that suffering is not so good. They think it's like a benediction actually, because they can realize that that was their previous sinful activities. So the Lord minimize it, and actually perhaps they have to suffer more because they have this intelligence to understand that. And actually by suffering, you can realize that you are not fit for this world, and you need to surrender more and more to the Lord. So suffering is the best thing we have to surrender. If we don't suffer, just like Queen Kunti, she suffers so much, but she said to Shri Krishna when he want to depart, that please, I forgot the verse, but she said, please, I want to suffer more and more, and again and again. I think this is in Canto 1, chapter 8, but I forgot the verse. So she said, I want to suffer again and again. And she suffers so much, actually. She was the mother of the Pandava, and she suffers so much. And she was so old when Krishna was about to depart. And she prayed like this, because she said, when we suffer, when I suffer, I always remember your lotus feet. So I want to always suffer, so that I can never forget your lotus feet. So suffering for a pious, intelligent, or a devotee is very required, is a benediction, actually.
Yes, Prabhu.
So,
Actually, I would like to.
No, let me hear you, Saikarti Prabhu.
No, please go ahead, Prabhu. I was just, yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, suffering, yes, suffering gives encouragement. But why is it that when suffering is in the picture, we have to grow? Couldn't we just come to the understanding? With jnana, yes, it is stated in the scriptures that jnana kanda gives that knowledge, which burns up the sinful reactions. And having that knowledge of understanding one's position, Brahma Jignasa, then therefore suffering is already automatically reduced. Why do we have to go through such a austerity of karma kanda? It sounds like to me karma kanda.
Yeah, actually, Prabhupada said the most intelligent person is the person who will, accept with faith, hear with faith first, and the Shastra, the statement of the Shastra. And the more foolish person is those who will just by experience, they will know. Like a thief, he will do some robbery, and then he will end up in jail. So if he was intelligent, he will know, oh, okay, it's I don't have to rob, I don't have to do that, because this is bad. So this is the required. The most intelligent person is the person who will, like, they hear and then they accept. And this is the end of certain type of suffering. So I can understand what you say, but for certain person, foolish one, we need to experience. And when we experience, yes, we end up by suffer, because this world is nothing more than misery, is nothing more than suffering.
Well, I want to hear what Priyansh Prabhu has to say about this, because there are different levels of experience, and jnana is one of just hearing. That this is one of the most intelligent way of experiencing. But what do you think, Priyansh Prabhu?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. So, Prabhu, actually, the thing is, Srila Prabhupada mentions is we are suffering because of ignorance. All the jivas are suffering here in this material world because of ignorance. So, here in the letter to Pati Birnath, Srila Prabhupada mentions, if there is God, how can there be suffering and disease? The similar question may be asked, in the presence of an affectionate father, why should a child suffer from diseases? God is the Supreme Father and gives us the process for being relieved of our sufferings. So, but if one refuses to accept this gift of God, then he must suffer from the results of his activities. So, actually, the Lord is saying in Bhagavad Gita also, Sarva dharmana parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshashyami asuja. God is giving us a chance to relieve us from all the sufferings we are suffering from, all this contamination of material world. due to this material world only we are suffering. We are doing all those sinful activities, and it leads us to cause us for this suffering only. And the thing is that we do not remember our impious activities we have did in the past lives, and we have to suffer in the present. And we blame God that why this guy is suffering, why this child is suffering, why this child is being born as a handicapped and all. But we actually do not remember why, what impious activities, what sinful activities we have did in the past lives. And this way, these people are suffering life after life. We must surrender to Krishna by abandoning all these types of dharma, forgetting, and Lord will free us from all the sinful activities and diseases and all the sufferings of material world.
Yes, actually, so Srikant Prabhu, since the time limit is coming to an end, could you give a 2 minutes conclusion of all the points that the devotees have discussed? At the end, you can also share your own realizations on this matter for 2 to 3 minutes.
Hare Krishna. Prabhu, sorry, I was in and out, Prabhu. I was actually gotten caught up with something here. But I can actually give my points on this topic, which I realized. So I feel like the material world is full of suffering. Like we have three modes of material nature, which is causing our miseries. And it's because of Adhyatmika, Adibodhmika, and Adidevika. And it is our choice that we wanted to be in this material world because we wanted to be separate from Krishna and satisfy our own senses instead of satisfying senses of Krishna. That is why we have put this condition onto ourselves, not Krishna. So, and because we are in this repeated birth and death cycle of birth and death, because of these repeated sinful activities that we have been doing and repeated attempts to satisfy our own senses, there is no end other than chanting the holy name of Krishna and understanding who God is through the lotus of the spiritual master, lotus feet of the spiritual master.
Yes, Prabhu, like actually the God is all good, like but naturally the super soul is all good as the soul is also naturally good. The living entity is covered like in inferior modes of material nature, passion, ignorance. When he is cleansed of covering the modes of ignorance, passion, and the soul is originally good because part and partial of God, and all are suffering like they are thinking, as Prabhu told, they are thinking the body and they are working so hard by the uh, by the karma. By the karma, they are taking another birth repeatedly. But by the knowledge, like as mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita 4.37, yataidamsi samido gnir, like that, as the blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, like how Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burns to ashes all reactions of material activities. The fire of knowledge consumes all sinful activities. To this end, there is no need for education. People are born ignorant, and education is needed to remove their ignorance. Since they are born illusioned by the bodily conception, people act like animals. They therefore have to educate to understand the different forms of material body. So they have to take this Krishna consciousness, so they can come to the platform from ignorance to knowledgeable, so they can be served to God, like that they can.
Thank you so much for the very. Okay. Yes, Prabhu. Thank you so much for the very nice group discussion. So we were sticking to the time limit, and many devotees have also uh, come across and put their point. So Prahlad Prabhu, would you kindly add something? Did we make any mistakes, or
No,
can you
it's
please
fine.
add on?
It's very nice. But like
Prabhu, I wanted to add. I
my
did not
request
got the
is
opportunity.
actually, next week you try to let the new people to speak. So you let encourage the new people to speak, or like Shubham, Prabhu, Priyansh, Prabhu, Vivek. So it's nice to hear from them. So you try to get the next generation also to grow along. Give them more opportunities by calling them. That is my only point. Very nice, well done, nice group
Yes.
discussion. You brought various points. Very good. Yeah, there's
Prabhu,
Prabhu.
is that time?
Subham, you have to say something? You are saying something?
Yes, so I wanted to say my views, so I didn't get the opportunity. So can I say?
Yes.
So whenever we tend to enjoy we have got little independence. God has got full independence, and whenever we tend to enjoy, we fall down in this material. Whenever we tend to enjoy without Lord, then we fall in this material world. And the purpose of creation, which is given in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.8 purpose, that the purpose of the entire creation of God is to rectify the living entity's tendency to enjoy without the law. And therefore, the particular punishment given for a sinful activity is specifically designed to curtail the mentality that produced the activity. So, we are purified here. People say God is not merciful, but He is merciful. He is from the from Brahma to the lowest creature, and He's with us in the form of Paramatma. And not only as Gyani Prabhu said, not only non-devotees suffer, devotees also suffer, and they take it as a benediction. So it is a special mercy of the Lord. So that if there is inclination towards any material desire, that will be also purified. So it's the Lord's special mercy. So and yes, so that's my point.
Yeah, very nice. Anybody else want to say something on this topic? Smriti Sambhav Prabhu, you want to say something? Or Vivek, yes? Or Vishnu Prabhu, anybody want to say anything on this topic?
I did want to share something, Prabhu, but it was my own realization of the same.
Yes.
So I know I'm not going to disagree actually. It's just that there could be a little bit more detail to the reason as to why actually we are suffering. And of course, I can definitely be wrong, but so this is my own realization of the topic. So kindly correct if you see that I'm saying something wrong. Actually, if we want to, because see, to enjoy is a tendency in Krishna. That is why it is in us, right? We are his parts and parcels. So if we have the same tendency, there's always a chance that it can be misused, So Prabhupada even uses the term or the phrase to lord it over material nature. So this is actually an interesting phrase because if you really think about it, if we want to lord over anything, that anything has to be inferior to us. We can't lord over something that's on an equal level or something superior to us. We'd always have to rule something that is inferior to us. Otherwise, there's no question of lording it over. So this is why Krishna gives us something which is inferior to us, that lord over our, godless desires and our tendency to enjoy sense gratification. And this material energy is actually that inferior thing. In fact, this hierarchy is also given by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita 3.42, where Krishna says that the working senses are superior to dull matter. Mind is higher than the senses, intelligence is still higher than the mind, and he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence. So there is this hierarchy already, right? And because of this hierarchy, it becomes possible for the living entity or the jiva to lord it over something inferior. Now, if that's something inferior, is in its behavior imperfect. Of course, if the material energy is coming from Krishna, it is actually perfect. But Prabhupada terms it as imperfect simply because of the way that the material energy behaves. In fact, also in the introduction, Prabhupada says that out of the four defects, one of which is that the living entity or the mundane earth, especially, is limited by imperfect senses. Now, of course, the senses are a part of the material body, and the material body is a part of the material energy. So, how can we say that it's imperfect if even the material energy comes from Krishna? Because it's something inferior, and it's just the way that the material energy behaves that we call it imperfect. So, if we want to lord over our desires, we have to lord our desires over something which is inferior. And if that inferiority, or rather, if that thing is inferior, it has to be a little bit more less perfect than us. And if we indulge ourselves in things that are less perfect, we are obviously bound to become entangled in all that, right? And Krishna, and not Krishna, sorry, Prabhupada, he writes in the same introduction that with these four imperfections, one cannot deliver perfect information of all pervading knowledge. So whatever we try to explain, even with, in conjunction with spiritual knowledge without actually being enlightened, then we will always speak something imperfect, which is actually the nature of the material energy, even though it comes from Krishna, because that's just the way this energy behaves. So if we want to, enjoy, actually, we have to enjoy in association with Krishna, because Krishna has the power to burn all the reactions, of all living entities if we simply surrender. So I don't know if some of you got what I meant to say. It's a little bit difficult for me to describe, but I think I touched the gist of it. Okay. So,
Prabhu, I just have one, just one question. Is it okay if I can just ask right now?
Vishnu's point on Vishnu's point, the term inferior, and why do you think Krishna say this material energy is inferior? Krishna is saying two energies, right? One is superior, one is inferior, right? And why is he saying this five elements as inferior? And why one is superior, one is inferior? Anybody has any points? Or Ravish, you want to say, what is your understanding on this? Why is it inferior?
that's what I'm saying, Prabhu. So it is inferior only because of the way that the energy behaves and interacts with the elements of one another. So, for example, if you see mind, intelligence, false ego, the three modes of material nature, the 24 senses, they are all working with each other in a way that it allows everyone to behave in an imperfect way, because that's why it's called an inferior energy. But if we situate ourselves on something superior, then that platform itself, the energy which is governing that platform, is actually perfect. And so whatever we also speak when we're on that platform, whatever we do when we're on that superior platform, is also actually perfect. So I was only referring to it as in terms of the behavior and the way the interactions go about with all the paraphernalia of this material energy.
But do you think that Lord's energy can act imperfectly?
Prabhu, can I add on this, Prabhu?
Okay, let us see.
Even these interactions, so even these interactions are not actually imperfect, because if this is what Krishna intended the energy to do, then even that is also not actually completely imperfect. But because of our incapability of properly receiving transcendental knowledge, our capacity is so low for transcendental knowledge, especially in the age of Kali, because the whole in concentration level, the capacity to understand transcendental knowledge degrades over time. So because of that, actually, because of our incapability of receiving transcendental knowledge and understanding it, is what actually causes us to be imperfect. Otherwise, Krishna's energy really is perfect, even the material energy, because it is intending to do what it's supposed to do, namely to bewilder us, because that's what we desire. Otherwise, where will we go, if we want to leave the spiritual world?
Yes, Karthi Prabhu, you're saying something?
Yes, Prabhu. I was also thinking about this, Prabhu, actually. So in Bhagavad Gita, the five things are being spoken about Ishvara, the Prakriti, Kala, as well as Karma. So out of these, Karma only is the one thing that is actually temporary. All the other things are actually permanent. So actually, Prakriti also is permanent. And by right, as Luvesh Prabhu said, that we have fallen down from the spiritual world to come and enjoy something inferior, because we cannot enjoy the spiritual reality because Krishna is a Lord over there. So this was created, and one question I was having, okay, there's too much wind here. Yeah. Yes. So one thing I was thinking about is that, okay, if we want to enjoy material nature, why cannot we still have an eternal bliss, not blissful life, but nevertheless eternal life to try? Well, then actually, I was thinking about this, and Tatul Prabhu said that even though this Prakriti is perfect, there is no imperfection. But the reason why it's temporary or it has to be annihilated again and again is because by right, the spirit soul cannot enjoy here because he's an eternal servant of Krishna. And if this were the eternal place, then it's just like an eternal prison where the spirit soul can never get to reform his activity and go back. So is that like related, Prabhu?
Now, but see, the question is that the Lord's energy cannot be imperfect. But Prabhupada used the word imperfect senses. And how is it, how to understand this? This is a question. Yes, Srikant, you are saying something? You raised your hand?
Prabhu, I had a same question, Prabhu. Like Saikanti Prabhu said, if Prakriti is material nature and if it is energy of the Lord, and uh, is it related to Mahamaya and Yoga Maya, Prabhu? Like even Lord has two kind of provides two kind of Maya, Mahamaya, Yoga Maya, and we are all under the modes of material nature with
Mahamaya is
Mahamaya,
actually the material nature, Yogamaya is spiritual nature.
spiritual nature.
Yeah. So now we're talking about, we are saying that material nature is imperfect.
It's
And I mean, yes, Swami
I
Prabhu,
would,
yes.
I would give example of the criminal department and the civil department. They are both same energy of the government, but we cannot say that the prison criminal department is imperfect. It's working perfectly, but it's made for different purpose for the criminals. But still the energy is one. The criminal department is as important as the civil department for the government. It's working on the
No,
same energy.
the key word is separated. Understand? Louis Strauss is trying to convey the message, but the key word is separated energy. When you are separated from the Lord, then it become inferior.
Yes, Prabhu.
When it is not separated from the Lord, that is superior. You can go to Bhagavad Gita, chapter 7, verse number 4. 7:4. Bhumirapaha analo vayu kammano buddhirevacha ahankaram vidiyame binnaha prakriti yashata. So anything that is separated from the Lord, then it is acting very weird. Otherwise, there is nothing imperfect. It is imperfect because it got separated from, like the sun. The sun is the energy of the Father. The Father see the sun as his own limbs actually. That's why you see sometimes, the parents who want to learn music and they cannot learn music and they want to let the children learn the music, and when they sing, they are very happy to see, because the parents normally have the tendency of seeing the children as the limbs of the body. Everything will be all right until he becomes 13, 14 years. Then he got his false ego, and then he's got so-called freedom. Then he act weird. His consciousness is separated from the Father. Until about 10, 12 years old, the son is acting with the Father, but after that he is acting weird by going separate from the Lord. So the key word is actually the separated. So when it is separated, then it is acting imperfect because it is no more connected to the Lord. So Bhumi Rapa Anala Vayu, it is also in the spiritual world, but that is not separated. Like Ravisho was saying, the mind, imperfect mind. But when the mind is connected to Krishna, then it won't act imperfect way. Like all of your mind here, all of our mind is helping to connect to Krishna. But when it is separated from Krishna, then it will talk about sex, money, woman, material enjoyment. So we have to understand that the Lord's energy is completely perfect. And it acts imperfect when it is separated from the Lord. Prabhupada is keeping the key word in particular word, binnaha. Krishna is saying the word binna prakriti ashata. So that is the missing link. Why is it imperfect? Why is it? That is because it is binna, it is separated. So what is solution? And yoga. You see, binna and yoga. Yoga means connection with Krishna. Binna means separate from Krishna. It means like when you connected to Krishna. That's why Prabhupada says that devotee is supposed to be flawless. Prabhupada says devotee is supposed to be flawless, because if you are connected to Vasudeva, how you can act weird, Prabhu? How is it possible? How you can wear material when you are connected to Vasudeva? In other words, when you are separated from Vasudeva, how you can act properly. And that's why there's one verse in Bhagavatam that explains. I think it is 1:5:17. 1:5:17, if I'm not wrong. A similar thing. He's saying that what is the use of the following dharma? Yeah, 1:5:17. 1:5:17 is very similar thing. Of course, it's not exactly the point, but it is quite similar. 1:5:17. You see, like one who has forsaken his material occupation to engage in devotional service of the Lord may sometimes fall down in immature stage, yet there is no danger of being unsuccessful. On the other hand, a non-devotee fully engaged in occupation duties does not gain anything. Even though you are perfect, but there is no connection. There is no yoga, yujya. There is no yujya. There is no vishatam. That's why Krishna says vishatam tat anantaram. Vishatam means enters. So when your consciousness is entering with Krishna, that's yoga, then actually you are perfect. Otherwise, what is the use of all the occupational duties? Does not gain anything. Clear? Yes, Louis, yes.
Yes, Prabhu. Actually, this what you just shared right now on the screen is actually a perfect answer. One who has forsaken his material occupations to engage in the devotion service of the Lord may sometimes fall down while in an immature stage, yet there is no danger of his being unsuccessful. On the other hand, a non-devotee, though fully engaged in occupational duties, does not gain anything. So we have to connect ourselves back by the process of bhakti yoga.
Yes.
Yeah. Yet another. Also, I know not related.
Okay, please continue.
Let Louis show complete, then you can share your points, Vivek Prabhu. Huh?
So a pure devotee of the Lord does not live on any planet of the material sky, nor does he feel any contact with material elements. A so-called material body does not exist. Being surcharged with the spiritual current of the Lord's identical interest, like that cooperation I was speaking about, and thus he is permanently freed from all contaminations of the sum total of the Mahat Tattva. He is always in the spiritual sky, which he attains by being transcendental to the sevenfold material coverings by the effect of his devotional service. Again, Prabhupada is mentioning Bhakti Yoga, the union. So the conditioned souls are within the coverings, whereas the liberated soul is far beyond the covering. 1:13:55 purport.
Yes. So you understand the point that I am trying to say?
Yes,
Prabhu. With it, or yes, Vivek Prabhu, you are saying something?
So
Louder, please, louder.
Prabhu.
Yes.
Yes, Prabhu. Those who are conditioned and serving the material energy, they cannot escape. They are only dependent on the Krishna's mercy and his representatives. I can help it.
Yeah, that is why it's very important to fix your consciousness with Krishna. That's why Prabhupada is saying Krishna consciousness. The whole thing is actually how to have your consciousness connected to Krishna. In other words, you should, that's why Krishna says, think of me and, like Machita, Sarva Durgani, Machita, what is it? Manmana, Vomad Bhakto, so Manmana, Vomad Bhakto, Madhyaji, Maunavaskuru, Mam Yeve, Prabhadyante. So why all these things? Because you have to, yujya, you have to mix with thoughts of Krishna, consciousness of Krishna, instruction of Krishna, then you become perfect. Krishna is perfect, then how you can be foolish? We are foolish because we are binna. We have separate. That's why Prabhupada used the word, in Bhagavatam used the word separatist. Separatist. Srimad Bhagavatam 10:29. I think it is 8. I think 10:20. Not 10, 3. 3:20, 3:29. 3:29:8, around that. Check. Anything used, baseless. The word is there. Leave that. If you can bring it back, that's okay.
Yes, it's there.
I need the speech sheet back. You see here, the separate is devotional service executed by person who is envious, proud, violent, and angry, and who is separatist, and is considered to be the mode of darkness, because you have a separate you have separate thoughts from Krishna. Because Krishna says, Aham Sarvasya Prabhu, and we also say Aham Sarvasya Prabhu, but the meaning is different. And we say what? Aham Sarvasya Prabhu. Right? But that is not the fact. We are not Prabhu. We are Das. But we say Aham Sarvasya Prabhu. So we have separate thought from Krishna. Then that is not very proper. Separatist. The word is separatist. Yes. That's it. Anybody has doubts on this?
No, Prabhu, you cleared it perfectly.
I want to share my
Yeah, it was very clear. I was just saying, bhakti seems very painful, although it is a given path. Jnana, it seems very easy, because one of the ways of getting experience is by hearing. So why isn't jnana considered a proper path? Because we're trying to avoid pain. That's why we're asking this question. So I believe Jnanakanda.
Sorry, come again. I don't understand. What is a bhakti?
No, I was making a counter point or a doubt or something.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hey, carry on. I didn't understand. What is that?
No, I was saying that the bhakti yoga, as Gyani Prabhu was saying in the verse, first canto, chapter 8, where Queen Kunti says to Krishna, "Let me suffer again and again." But in Jnanakanda, that suffering is immediately the simple reactions of suffering is immediately erased as soon as we get that knowledge. So how come we don't just take to the slow and easy path of Jnana Yoga and then just come to this liberation that we're all looking
How
for?
do you define that Jnana Yoga is easy path? How do you say that?
Well,
and how do you
just
say
by
bhakti is difficult path? I mean,
bhakti, it seems as though by the examples, they experience a lot of pain. The Pandavas experience a lot of pain.
no,
Queen
actually,
Kunti.
you see, it is not a fact. The fact is, jnana is very, very difficult, because, like, you see, now you have Prabhupada. Prabhupada has given you the jnana, Bhagavad Gita as it is. And then you read this book and then you understand, and it is very, very easy. But if you want to take up jnana yoga, then you should read Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, Adharana Veda, and then 18 Puranas, Upanishads, and then, there are so many literatures, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and then Devi Bhagavat, and then, Vayu Puran, and you read all these things, and then you get confused. And it's even like a great sages like Brihu Muni, and, he don't know who is Supreme Personality of Godhead. All the big sages, and then they went to Brihu, and then they asking Brihu, who is supreme? I want to do yajna, and whom should I offer this yajna to? Should I offer to Brahma or Shiva or Vishnu? And even Brihumuni don't know. Brihumuni went to all the way to Brahmaloka, Kailash, and then Vaikuntha to check it out, and then he himself found out that Vishnu is supreme. And not only that, even Luvishovu, you can find the verse, Bhagavatam, Brahma says, I have read the Bhagavatam thrice, and then I established that Krishna is Supreme Personality of Godhead. Right? You know the verse? Even Brahma, he has to read the whole Vedic literature 3 times to conclude that Vishnu is supreme, Krishna is supreme. So you know how painful process it is, because we have Aroha Baddha and Avroha Baddha. Aroha Baddha means you going down. I mean, sorry, going up. It means like you are trying to understand the whole world. universe and yourself with your own experience. Auraha Baddha means you are learning with the experience of Prabhupada. Prabhupada learned experience of Bhakti Siddhanta, and then Rupa Goswami is giving nectar of devotion. So all the books are nothing but their own experiences. We learn the experience of Bilomangal Thakur, and then we understand something. We read the experience of Madhavendra Puri, we learn something. But if you see Jnana Yogi, Jnana, he want to learn everything with his own experience. You know how many lives you have to suffer to come to that platform. Jnana Yoga is actually very, 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 very painful process. That is why Krishna Bhakta Nishkama Atayeva Shankta Bhukti Mukti Siddhi Kami Sakali Ashanta. Right? I can find the Brahma verse, but you can show this verse. Krishna Bhakta Nishkama Atayeva Shanta. You know this verse is, this. You know this verse or not? Who knows this verse?
Yeah, I don't know the number, but I always heard the quotation.
I'll show you the verse. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Matilila, 19:149. You can show. Who want to show? 19:149. Sami Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhu. It's 19:149. Prabhu, what was it? Bhagavat?
Matilila 19:149. Read this, Manu Prabhu.
Yes, bro. Krishna Bhakta Niskama Ateva Santa Bhukti Mukti Siddhi Kami Sakali Asat Santa. Translation.
Translation.
Because a devotee of Lord Krishna is desireless, he is peaceful. Fruit worker desire material enjoyment. Jnani desire liberation, and yogi desire material opulence. Therefore, they're all lusty and cannot be peaceful.
This is Shastra. Jnanis cannot be happy. How you can say Jnani is more happier? This is actually not a proper understanding. You see, have you not seen how Vishwamitra was suffering? He's practicing the mystic yoga. How he was suffering. So they have to take many, many life. But as far as bhakti is concerned, Prabhupada say, one devotee asked question, how long it will take to surrender to Krishna? Prabhupada say, 1 moment. Even without knowing any jnana, any philosophy of Krishna, simply by imitating the activities of pure devotees, simply by chanting Hare Krishna, even by helping the devotees who are practicing devotional service, you can go back to Godhead. Of course, bhakti is difficult, but it is not as difficult as Jnana Yoga. It is not even as difficult as material people. To become a doctor, you have to work very hard. To become bhakta, you don't need to work very hard. You just need to give up your false ego, that's it. That's why what is the verse? That the prayer of Prabodhananda Saraswati is saying that, keeping the straw in the mouth, and then he's saying to the big Pandit guy, oh Prabhu, Sadhava, you are a big expert, you are a scholar, you know everything, but you give up all this useless knowledge and take shelter of Lord Chaitanya. That is a verse, see this verse? Taking the straw in the mouth.
So one query.
Yeah.
So if Bhakti Yoga is the most supreme yoga, then why is Krishna talking about other yogas?
That is for the fools, That is for the puffed up rascals who don't want to surrender to Krishna. Like as a teacher, he has to give so many options because every individual is different. Yeah, this verse, you see, he found the verse. The great personality Brahma, with great attention and concentration of mind, study the Vedas 3 times. See, Jnana, even Brahma has to read the Vedas 3 times. And after scrutinizingly examining them, he ascertained the attraction for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. See, Krishna is highest perfection of religion. Whereas we have some devotee, we have one devotee who came to Prabhupada class, and then she or he, I don't know, got attracted to the gold teeth of Prabhupada and become devotee. She saw the Prabhupada teeth and become a devotee. You see? Whereas one more guy, one more devotee who went to Prabhupada class, Sangha, simply to find fault with Prabhupada. He just want to know that what is the great big thing about this guy. Everybody is saying Prabhupada, Prabhupada. I just want to find some fault. And then, he was in his Prabhupada Sangha for 2-3 months. And then he understood that I cannot find any find with this person. He's a great personality, and he surrendered to Prabhupada. He told Prabhupada, Prabhupada, I came to find some fault with you, but I cannot find any fault. I'm surrendering myself to you. You see, like here, Brahma has to read 3 times. And whereas, even just by the person who want to find some fault with Prabhupada, he can become a great devotee of the Lord. So that's why the bhakti is very, 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 very easiest path. It is not at all difficult. But only thing is that you should become submissive to the the spiritual master, and you should give up your false ego, and then you should surrender your independence to the lotus feet of only condition. Only condition Arada gave to Mrigari is throw your bow and arrow. Only condition Narada Muni gave to Mrigari is what? Throw your bow and arrow. And then Mrigari was asking, what about my food? I will take care. Just throw your bow and arrow. But are we prepared to do that? Are we prepared to throw the bow and arrow? That is the test. If you are prepared to throw your bow and arrow, that means what? What is a bow and arrow? Bow and arrow means the means of protecting yourself. In other words, the consciousness of thinking yourself as the protector of yourself. You think that I am protecting myself with my job, with my money, with my bank balance. I am protecting myself. In bhakti, only one thing you have to give up is actually sarvadharman parityachamam ekam saranam. There is only one condition in bhakti. But whereas a jnana and then like karma kanda, you have to suffer so much. You have to suffer so much. Sometimes, if you follow karma kanda, you have to go to hell and come, hell and suffer also. You know that Rachanam, Srimad Bhagavatam, 4th canto. Sorry, Priyansh Prabhu, I think. Is it Priyansh who asked the question? I think I got distracted. Maybe I'll answer that later. Go to Srimad Bhagavatam, 4th canto. 25th chapter, 425. You can, of course. Okay, correct verse 425:8. Correct. Read the translation.
Translation: all these animals are awaiting your death so they can avenge the injuries you inflicted upon them. After you die, they will angrily pierce your body with iron horns.
So this is about sacrificing animals in the yajna. Because karma kanda also includes about sacrificing animals in the yajna. And Prachana Parhi was actually so busy with doing all this yajna, and Narada becomes so upset, and then he just want to deliver him. Just went and told, what nonsense you are doing, why don't you take shelter of Krishna? And then he gave the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. And then he became a pure devotee, he just left everything and become surrendered. That is called Lavamadre Sadhu Sange Sarvasiddhi Hoya. So bhakti, the only challenge is that you giving up your independence, intelligence, the speculations, everything at lotus feet of Prabhupada and follow him. That is the only condition. Otherwise, bhakti is actually, that Lochan Das Thakur is singing that Parama Karuna Pahudvichana Ithai Gaura Chandar Sabavatar Sarasiromani Kevala Ananda Kanta. You know this? You know this song, Parama Karuna Pahudvichana, that song. He's saying that Sabhavatar Sarashiromani Kevala Ananda Kanda. Because this Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda, and they are so merciful. And then he's saying that Kevala Ananda Kanda means in Bhakti Yoga is only happiness. There is no, Prabhu, you are taking pizza, burger, Prabhu. What difficulty you are facing? Tell me, Manu Prabhu.
Uh,
What problem? Our problem is how to eat less. That is our problem. How to 350 rupees UPL only GK. If something is there, arrange no. Ask him if he has. You see, our problem is how to how to follow diet and how to reduce, how to not eat too much prasadam, right?
that's a fact. I'm still trying, Maru.
and your problem is how to maintain the same face today.
I got stopped in the airport, bro.
So actually, devotees have no problem. Karma Kanda, Jnana Kanda, one more verse is there. I forgot the verse. So this kind of Karma Kandas and Jnana Kandas, you have to waste so many lives, so many lives. But after you understand Vasudeva, Bhakti Yoga, one life you can go back to God. Yes. Sorry, somebody was asking something, or is it Priyansh who was asking question? Who was it?
Prabhu, it's a devotee called Antakrish.
Okay,
He
so
is,
what he was asking? Sorry, can you repeat again?
he was asking that if Bhakti Yoga is the highest, then why is Krishna mentioning about Karma Yoga and Jnana Yoga and the Bhagavad Gita?
Yes, see, the Bhakti Yoga is the easiest process. Like for example, how you are 14, 15 years right now, Antariksh, you are there. You are 14 years, right?
He's not there, Prabhu.
He's not there. Okay. Anyway, then I'll answer simply, short. I'll answer. Okay. The point is, like when a person is becoming 14 years old, he don't like to listen to the father. He don't like to listen to the mother, and he like to do whatever he like. Right. In that stage, what the father can do? The father will try to give instruction. The father don't want to take instruction. Then he will give some lengthy process. He will say, at least you do this one. Clear. So the Bhakti Yoga is the topmost, and that's the best. But people are not interested to give up their independence. People are not ready to give up their false pride. So they want to do something on their own. Then Krishna says, okay, you want to enjoy the senses? And Bhakti Yoga says you enjoy Krishna's senses. But this person says, no, I want to enjoy the senses. Why I should offer this to Krishna? I want to drink. Then okay, you say, okay, follow the Karma Kanda at least. Karma Kanda is better than being a Karmi. You practice Karma Kanda. Because after following Karma Kanda, after some time you get fed up of that. And then you think about what is next. Then the Jnana comes. Then you follow Jnana Kanda. After doing a Jnana, then you understand that there is nothing in this world. Nothing pleasurable here. It's like Bhaktivinoda Thakur saying, right? After my old age, I understand that nothing pleases me. That is Jnana Kanda. Jnana Kanda gives some realization. Say Vidya, Avidya, Jelo. The Jnana has become Ajnana. Then after that, you think, what is next? Oh, Upasana Kanda. Then you understand Krishna is supreme, then you worship him. But the intelligent person, he directly go to Upasana Kanda. So that is Jnana Kanda, Karma Kanda, Dhyana, and Ashtanga Yoga. And then we have Karma Mimamsa philosophy, and then so many philosophy. All these things are for the people who doesn't want to surrender to the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya. That is why the term Sumedashaha, right? What is the verse? Bhagavatam. Swarna Krishna Varnam Dusha Krishnam Sango Bangarsha Parshadam Yajne Sankirtana Prayer Yashantihi Sumedashaha. So highly intelligent people worship Krishna as Chaitanya. But a foolish guy who don't want to do that, then he do this Kali Puja, Durga Puja, and all different pujas. And then he gradually, finally Vasudeva Sarvamiti, many life after he come to the platform. Yes. Anything on this subject?
Prabhu, Upasana Kanda means Krishna consciousness.
Sorry?
Prabhu, Upasana Kanda means Krishna consciousness.
Yeah, Upasana means worship, Prabhu. This can be connected Wi-Fi.
Yes, can.
You ask him, you learn properly. Tell everybody. Okay, so Upasana means worship, no? Upasana Kanda explains how to worship. Worship means accept the supremacy of the Lord, right? Without accepting the supremacy of somebody, how you can worship? So Upasana
Yes.
Kanda is after you understand Krishna is supreme. That's why, in the Veda, it's Karma, Kanda, Jnana Kanda, Upasana Kanda. Actually, it is not three different methods. It's a gradual elevation to Krishna consciousness. That's why Prabhupada is writing a book called Elevation to Krishna Consciousness. We have to come to the platform of elevation, Krishna consciousness.
Prabhu, just one more doubt on this topic, Prabhu.
Yeah.
So, actually, there are two kinds of yogis, right? One is the impersonalist, and one is actually the bhakti yogi. He's focusing on Paramatma. So, is there actually is it supposed to be just one kind of yogi, and this impersonalist philosophy is actually different, or are both of them actually mentioned together in the Vedas?
No, both are right. Go to Srimad Bhagavatam 552. Go to 552 translation.
Yes, Prabhu.
Read. Only
Yes,
the
Prabhu.
first two lines. Sorry.
Yes, Prabhu. One can attain the path of liberation from material bondage only by rendering service to highly advanced spiritual personalities. These personalities are impersonalists and devotees.
So both are spiritual people, and both are working towards liberation. So it is not that impersonalists are, not the proper. No, no, they are also proper. But the thing is that it is about, it's about some people. They call the sun rays as sun, and some people call sun globe as sun, and some people say sun god is sun. And who is right, who is wrong here? All are right. But the one who is understanding the sun God, he understands the sun globe, he understands the sun rays also. But the one who understands the sun rays, you don't understand the sun globe, you don't understand the sun God also. So it is about different perspective of seeing the supreme personality of Godhead. Impersonalists, they don't understand the personality, but they accept the supremacy. That's why in Srimad Bhagavatam, when Sukadeva Goswami start talking about the philosophy, first of all he talks about impersonal, Virat Rupa. Then he talks about the Lord in the heart. Then he talks about Bhakti Yoga. Then he go on and talking after that. So first is understand Virat Rupa, next is understand as Paramatma, next is actually understand as Bhagavan. 1:1, said what? 1:11. वदन्ति तत्त्वमेतत् ज्ञातमव्ययं ब्रह्मेति 1:10 ब्रह्मेति परमात्मेति भगवान इति सभ्यते. I think 1:10. Let me check. Not 3. I think 1:11. Yes, Karthi Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhu. Learned transcendentalists who know the absolute truth call this non-dual substance Brahman, Paramatma, or Bhagavan.
So this is a different perspective of seeing the God. So we cannot say he is right, he is wrong. No, it's actually gradual elevation. The ultimate conclusion is to understand as Bhagavan. Otherwise, after even merging with the Brahmajyoti, you have to fall down. Again, come to Krishna consciousness. Right? Is it okay?
Yes, Prabhu. Thank you.
Okay, Subham Prabhu shared something. My day Uddhava, the unalloyed devotional service rendered to me by my devotees brings me under the control. I cannot be controlled by those engaging mystic yoga, Sankhya philosophy. Yeah, we cannot control the Lord. Maybe you can try to understand some feature of the Lord by doing impersonalist. But to control the Lord, that's why Prabhupada said that you all want to become God, but we are talking about how to become more than God. Only a devotee has the capacity of controlling the Lord. Nobody else have it. Okay, if Brahmanda, the bliss of merging in Brahman effulgence were multiplied 100 trillion times, it would still be not equal atomic fragments of ocean or transcendent bliss felt in devotional service. So it is not a proper fact to understand that devotees are suffering and jnana yogis are enjoying. Jnana yogis are in a great mess, they messed up the whole life, The jnana yogis messed up the whole life because they don't want to surrender. But devotees, they are so happy. That's the reality. The problem is you don't want to surrender. When you don't want to surrender, then you have to go through one distress after one distress. Yes. Anything else? If nothing else, we can go to the next session.
Yes, Prabhu. Thank you so much, Prabhu, for adding the valuable points and showing many verses. So the next session is the sadhana chart. So I hope, Sami Prabhu, you have noted down the points of the devotees reciting, and please do add them in the sadhana chart and then project. Hare Krishna.
So the sadhana chart has gone through many changes.
Very cool.
Pranjal Prabhu made something new.
Oh, very good. Looks good.
So now anyone can join freely. Like when there is someone new coming, he can just add his name here, and then he can join. So
That's
this
very
has
nice.
been done only for 1 week, so or half week. So not everyone may be switched yet here. I'm not sure if all switched, but now always automatically here comes the top 10, and now anyone can come to this side and see the results. So this is according to the score. First place is this time Uvesh Prabhu and Jani Prabhu.
Rebol.
Rebo.
So Uvesh Prabhu first time with the maximum points.
Oh, first time, huh? Haribol. Okay. Congratulations, Luis Prabhu. Happy to see you defeated Jenny Prabhu and Sami Prabhu.
No, Prabhu, I can't think of defeating them. They are undefeated always.
I will come back, Prabhu.
Yes.
That's why. I lost 3 points. Then there is Subham Prabhu. He got also really high points. 500.
Haribol.
That's almost full points.
Haribol. Oh, very good. Happy to see Subham Prabhu over there. He's pretty new, no?
Yes, Prabhu.
Wow. Happy to see new people in the list.
Then fifth place, Srikant Prabhu, over 400 points.
Wow. Good.
Haribol.
Despite of his, busy schedule and family conditions, he's doing
Yes,
good
Prabhu.
job. Very
And
good.
others, they just started to fill. So there is Shivransh Prabhu is here, but he just started this new one. So maybe that's why low. So next week we will see through this new one.
Very good. Very good. So I
Maybe
think this is good, Prabhu. This is actually this app is good, easier. Everyone to enter. Is it better than the previous one?
Yes, now because before no one could see their own points. Now it's better that everyone can go and check how they're progressing.
Oh, that is better.
And it shows like devotee of the month who has got the most and points and more details like this.
Thank you, Pranjal Prabhu, for doing this. He's not here, but kindly convey my thanks to him.
Yes, Prabhu.
So you add new people. The new people has to be added. Deva Shubh also saying all the new people to be added, and then we have to create a new teams, and then we also need to have new team members. Many team members are spacing out, so you know
Yes,
we
Prabhu.
have to we have to find out some more responsible team leaders. We have to remove the spaced out ones and you know put responsible one as the leaders. I think many of you are emerging as the leaders also. Before you are a member of a team, now you are emerging as a team leader under the guidance of Jenny Prabhu. He's making lot of leaders.
Yes,
Oh
Prabhu.
no, I'm making no one as leader. It's Srila Prabhupada who is guiding everyone.
Yes, so you very nicely is spending time with the devotees. So we have to appoint new, but I think I will discuss privately with Karti Prabhu and other devotees about who can be the new leaders and what is the team arrangements. I don't want to take time here, so we'll do it. And Karti Prabhu, you make sure
Yes,
that
Prabhu.
all the new bhaktas are added to this sadhana chat. Even Sudhir Prabhu also is coming up recently. So you
Yes,
see
Prabhu.
who is coming, you just add all their name, and we will before the next week Istagoshti, we will form a new team.
Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah, new team.
Prabhu, can I because many of the devotees they're coming for the japa session, but actually some of them they're not coming as of now. But the team, not team, sorry, the overall group count has increased. So can I just give a public message in the group that who all want to actually be consistent with the japa? You can add your names in the sadhana chart. Is that
Yes,
okay? Can I send a public?
yes, yes.
Okay, Prabhu, I will do like
You
that,
can
Prabhu.
send, but you can add their sadhana, add their names after 2 weeks, 3 weeks of monitoring. Otherwise, there will be so many people. Initial enthusiasm they will say, put my name," but no. So after they can come 2, 3 weeks, then you can put their name on the sadhana chart. No need to add their name with the sadhana chart before they do the sadhana. Let them do sadhana first, and then we'll have entry for them. Without doing sadhana chat, what is the point? Of course, you can put the message, and then you tell them to come for japa regularly, and whoever come regularly, you can put their names.
Yes, Prabhu.
So
Okay, Prabhu, I'll do
so
that.
not coming regularly, you can send a message to them, and you still want our help to track your sadhana. If you don't want our help, we can remove your name, so that we don't need to waste our time. There are so many people need our help, and our time is getting wasted for those people who are not serious.
Yes, Prabhu. I'll message and I'll add them with the help of Jani, Prabhu. Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah, you do that. You take care of that. Of course, you can take help of
Yes,
other
Prabhu.
devotees, but this responsibility is given to you. Okay,
Yes, Prabhu. I'll do that, Prabhu.
you
Thank
do
you.
this one. And this sadhana chart is including the slokas or not?
Here it seems,
Including Prabhu.
but here
Including,
is no
sloka
point.
has points also.
But here we have no place to add the points now, so we need to discuss it with Pranjal Prabhu.
Prabhu, I
Actually,
raised
Prabhu, it's manual adding.
Yes,
Manual
Prabhu.
adding.
Here is
So
no
just this
option.
one thing must be.
Yes, I need to ask
Yes.
from Pranjal Prabhu how we can do manually.
Prabhu, I asked the same question last, maybe many Ishtagoshti sessions back, when the sadhana chart was first sort of, concrete, that if I spend some time learning the shlokas, how do I join that with the sadhana points? And then I think, I don't know who it was, but someone said that I could just add that time for the reading because, memorizing the shlokas and everything is also part of reading. So,
No,
someone had
your
asked,
time for memorizing sloka is not counted as service, but your sloka has points. If you chant one sloka, there is a point, and two sloka, there is a point, and
Prabhu
I don't know
asked,
what I told last time. I don't remember that.
Prabhu asked if it can be counted as reading.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, that is not
Okay.
counted as reading or even service.
Yes, Prabhu.
And because for this we are already giving separate point, right? When you chant a sloka, we are giving points for it now. Why twice?
Yes, Prabhu.
I think it is I think one sloka is 3 points. Huh? What is it? What did they say last time? I don't know.
Yes, Prabhu, it's 3 points, Prabhu. So 3, 6, 9 for 3 slokas. 4 slokas
Ah,
and more is 10 points. So maximum is 10 points for this.
okay. Maybe you want to redo that because many are not doing 4 slokas, 3 slokas and all. Up to you. You can decide. Still you want to keep it like that, also fine. I'm okay with it. But because here you're getting point for your sloka. It's not your reading. Reading means, reading the books and philosophy. That is reading. Okay,
Prabhu,
so
can I
yes.
can I just sorry to interrupt you, but just
Yes.
about this point. Actually, it's okay. The scoring is very nice, but now we got to have this competition mood. This competition mood is not there, and this is where we need to um, work on as a team. We need to be more enthusiastic than that. We need to to understand that this is the place now to show to do more and in association of devotee. So we have to encourage and motivate everyone to do so. So if everyone understand the value of this sadhana, personally, they will recite more and more shloka, and they will do like this. But there is no competitive mood now
Correct.
because, so we need to encourage that, motivate that first.
Yes.
I just want to add that point because I just think that, everyone is just busy with their own thing, but they don't understand the value of this spiritual activity that now we are doing. This is serious.
Yes. For that, we need to have, first of all, a proper sadhana app. You know, the app should project really what the work is, number one. And number two is actually the group leaders have to work on their group. You know, when you move, you should move your team along with you and don't space out. And more important than all these things, first of all, a devotee should have desire. That is the most important thing. You should have desire. That's a first and foremost thing. For that only we are giving this Mahaprasad and so many offers, So, and we are doing this. I think things will improve. I think when you have a proper sadhana, because in between numbers decrease. Now I'm seeing the morning chappa count is increasing nowadays, and Istagoshti number also increasing nowadays.
Yes, Prabhu.
I
Yes.
think the things will improve with a new batch, new set of devotees. Let us wait and watch. But have Sami Prabhu, have a concrete app first. Make sure the app is flawless and it is easy for everybody, and then there is no mistake from the app wise.
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay. Congratulations to Luis Prabhu and Jenny Prabhu
Yeah.
and Sami Prabhu and all other devotees. I'm very happy to see.
Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Yes. I want to see all of you in the morning. Huh? Okay. Anything else? What is next?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Actually, the next is a presentation. So if you just give me 2 minutes, I'll just get ready. I'll just go to a place with better Wi-Fi. And up until that time, Sani Prabhu can start projecting.
And I think I want to make an announcement since everybody is here. When Karti Prabhu came last week here, Aditya Prabhu also here. So we had some discussion. You see, like what we discuss is we want to bring more people to our Sangha, ISKM Pondicherry. and online. We want to bring more people. So what we thought is all of you should start preaching and having your own channel. Those who are ready should have your own channel, and then you speak the philosophy and make some reels. And no need to be like that Prabhu talk hours and hours. No, just like make some 3 minutes, 2 minutes, or make 1 minute video. And every day you choose here. Suppose you hear Sundar Gopal lecture, then something you'll get some realization, something will touch your heart. You take that particular point and make a reel on your own one, on your own words, and then you put ISKM Pondicherry logo, and then you see, and you will become famous gradually. Then many people will talk to you, and then you will have your own database. Then you can bring them to our Sangha. But whereas Jani Prabhu and Sami Prabhu is concerned, you can have your own country name. You can just have ISKM Reunion Public, ISKM Finland. You can just have it like that.
Actually, I had this question, and I want to ask to you, if we want to add our, ISKM, but with our name, the name of our island or country,
Yes.
how to do it?
No, you just create Instagram page with the name of the country, and then you do it. Because we have to authorize it. I'm authorizing it. I'm
Okay.
authorizing it. You do it. Okay.
Yes, Prabhu.
You start preaching for your
Very
country,
well.
and for those devotees who are not starting temple or something, then you represent ISKM Pondicherry, not ISKM Singapore, ISKM Pondicherry. Okay. We have, just like you have competition, I have my competition also. My competitor ISKM Singapore is my competitor. Okay. It's like you all compete among yourself, and we have our own competition among the centers.
Yes, Prabhu.
Haribol.
And Manu Prabhu can do it for ISKM Philippines. I don't know, that is up to Rajakishore Prabhu if he's saying okay. If he's saying not okay, then you do it for ISKM Pondicherry. I have no problem. Okay. I think it is fine. You just start your own channel and then you start preaching. And whoever comes, you introduce to Rajakishore Prabhu. That is fine. And if any young boys, you can bring him here to Vaishnava Sangha. If any Filipinos are there, you bring him to Rajakishore Prabhu. Okay. So I specifically request Jenny Prabhu and Sami Prabhu and Lovish Prabhu and Shrikant Prabhu and Manu Prabhu and Priyansh and also Subham, Aditya, Karti, and anybody else I missed out. Of course, our temple devotees, full-time devotees are there. That is, they'll be doing, that's another thing. But about this group is concerned. So is it okay? What do you mean? Like anybody has any view on this? You just start, because like see, like Subal Prabhu has his own channel, and Tatyadru has his own channel, but their followers are directly connected to ISKM Singapore. If somebody watch Subal Prabhu's channel and he get inspired, and then he will start talking to Subal Prabhu, and Subal Prabhu will gradually become ISKM Singapore. I want all of you to be working like that. Create your own database, create your own contacts, because people like to be connected to a person than an organization. Because organization is in person, because I am connected to ISKM Pondicherry, I am connected to Prahlad Prabhu. The difference is there.
Yes, Prabhu.
I know actually Sham Govind Prabhu. I am a member of ISKM Pondicherry. It is not same. Sham Govind Prabhu has his own channel and people are following him, and naturally, he will direct them to ISKM Pondicherry. Yes, any questions on this?
So I have one suggestion, Prabhu. Actually, like right now, like what is trending is that, like at least in terms of philosophy or like yoga, meditation, like these clips are not that much trending, but the mini podcasts are very much trending. Like even mini clips of podcasts are very much trending. So can we do something like this for like 15 minutes or 20 minutes or something like this?
So Prabhupada says that if I ask you to post this, you post this. How you want to do it is up to you. Whether you want to go hand over personally, or you want to go by motorcycle, or you want to go by bus, or you want to go by flight or private flight, it's up to you. I want you to preach online, and you want to do podcast, and that's I don't know, because I'm not a technical expertise man like you all. I'm not that. I can give only suggestions, and that you all decide whether you want to do podcast, whether you want to do Instagram, whether you want to do Facebook, or whether you want to do something else, or you want to. That's up to you. But I want all of you to preach. That you figure out. You figure out your own method. Among yourself, you can discuss, and then you can start. Because Istagoshti Prabhu is here, and then technically you can ask his opinion, or all of you also good. So you decide that podcast, whatever you want, you can do. But you start preaching. So Jalavish Prabhu, Srikant Prabhu, and Karti Prabhu, Aditya Prabhu, Priyansh Prabhu, even Subham Prabhu, and you all can represent ISKM Pondicherry. And Jani Prabhu can represent his own country. Sami Prabhu represent his own country. Okay? Start preaching. Start preaching. It's very important announcement. Very important. Maybe give a list, Prabhu. I think Karti Prabhu, you create a list. Okay? Then we'll finalize. The idea
Yes,
is, you
Prabhu.
know the philosophy. That's it. Some basic philosophy. So whoever I remember, I just told, I'm seeing in this window, whoever I remember. Of course, I told the same thing to Devalaya Prabhu and Sham Govind Prabhu and all our temple devotees also. I told the same thing. All of you start your own channels and preach.
I think Luvesh Prabhu wants to make a document.
Okay. Whatever. For whoever is authorized for own and price camp. I understand. I understand your question. And okay, Karti Prabhu will create, and then I will approve it. Karti Prabhu, you
Yes,
create
Prabhu.
this, send it to me, and then I will go through
Yes,
this.
Prabhu.
Okay, and then I will say, of course, those who are not in the list doesn't mean that you are not qualified. You are under progress. That's it. You are still under progress. You are still learning. Of course, Amori Prabhu, if you want, I don't know. That's up to Jani Prabhu to decide. If you think he can preach, he also can preach. But I don't know. It's up to you. You do that. Okay. Okay. Say something, Amori. You want to say something? You're raising your hand. Yes.
Amaury, tu veux dire quelque chose?
Oui. Est-ce que tu peux lui dire que le mois de janvier, je serai là par la grâce de Prabhupada?
Ok, oui.
C'est très grâce.
Ouais.
Okay. Merci, Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Yes. Yes, he just said to you that in next year, in January, he will come to Pondicherry to train himself as brahmachari.
Welcome to Pondicherry.
Il t'a dit
And
bienvenue
actually,
à Pondicherry.
you can preach in French language. A lot of French people here. You can just go take the books and go to beach. You can preach in French.
Yeah. Et il a dit comme ça que tu pourras même faire de la prédication en français parce qu'il y a beaucoup de Français là-bas.
Ah ben, c'est la francophonie a besoin de le monde entier. La francophonie aussi, elle a besoin de prédicateurs vraiment centrés sur Prabhupada. En fait. L'authenticité en fait du mouvement. C'est vrai que ça nous encourage beaucoup à continuer en ce sens.
Yeah, he said that actually the French nation, or all the French territory, and we need to preach widely so that we can touch all those French territory and because yes, now we are preaching most because Srila Prabhupada, he talk English and Hindi and yeah, but in French we need to preach also,
Yes.
and it's like necessity because I even in Reunion Island now I want to preach, but by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada I want to extend and go to Madagascar and go to South Africa and go all around, so that I can touch more soul, so this is recommended, that we can expand more our preaching.
Yeah, you preach in French, that is better. You don't need to make videos in English, you make in French.
Yes,
That
I
is
will make in French
make in
because
French.
most of the people here, they speak French. They don't speak English very well.
And once you set up everything and when you're ready, I'm ready to come to your place for about 2-3 weeks to stay with you to
Very
help
well.
Yes,
to. Okay,
yes. I will let you know about that. Yes.
in two
I have
weeks to
to
stay with
arrange
you.
first.
Yes,
Thank you,
that
Prabhu.
nice.
So, Hare Krishna,
Jai
Hare
Prabhupada.
Krishna.
Oui,
Yes,
oui.
Prabhu.
Oui, c'est on inclut vraiment la francophonie en général, c'est-à-dire qu'il n'y a pas rien que vraiment français. Il y a vraiment beaucoup de pays où ils parlent français et eux aussi, ils ont besoin de ça. Et nos politiques, elles sont très corrompues. Les matériels sont très euh, taxeurs aussi et très mesquins, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a des pays où ils utilisent des souffrances très directes, meurtre de faim, guerre, épidémie, pour occuper, tandis que nous, la souffrance, elle est mentale, c'est-à-dire que croire que toi, il t'ira bien avec du matériel, qu'on a tout ce qu'il nous faut pour être heureux, on a des aides, on a tout ça, mais au final, c'est une forme de souffrance, c'est une forme d'esclavage, en fait. Ils nous font croire que tout va bien, mais quand on se rend compte que même ces choses matérielles, qui, soi-disant, sont censées nous faire du bien, nous font du mal, un de leurs plans, en fait, c'est leur c'est le plan des politiques pour nous asservir et nous faire du mal. On est vraiment dans la galère, quoi. C'est un monde criminel.
Bah, ouais, ça rejoint le point que j'avais dit. C'est bien. Merci. Merci. Je vais
Thank you.
convenir le point. Yes, it just convey the point that I was saying, that our political here in some French department of French territory is very corrupted, and they are very demoniac. So we need to develop more the movement of Srila Prabhupada, Krishna consciousness movement, so that yes, it can save many souls. So now we have to preach more in French territory, because yes, I can see that ISKCON, they have some temple here there, but they are quite inactive. So ISKM can make a big move in those in France, in those French territory also. They can make very big move. I can.
Do we have IA 1977 in French language?
Yes, we Amoli Prabhu and me and myself are working on it.
No, we have already. Is there in French?
Shango Indru
But
is already there.
It's already there.
no, the friend I asked him for the first time to Nimai Nitai Prabhu, and then when he sent to me, there were a lot of grammatical mistake, a lot
Okay.
of vocabulary mistake. So now we are working on it to make a new translation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, what you can do that, like there are videos of Sundar Gopal Prabhu on Ritvik system. You make it on your own words and make a video.
Yes, actually, I want to do that.
Basically, it is called
So
reproduction because the subtitle and then adding the voice. No, you just reproduce on your own. But that is better after you become little famous. Better you make little small videos and then you become famous. And then once you start getting about 6-7 people, 10 people, and with you, then you start similar Istagoshti in French language.
Yes. Okay.
So many things we can do, Prabhu,
Yes,
So many things we can
I
do. We
know.
have a lot of work to do, actually.
Oh, lot.
I'm
Yes.
just
A
praying to
lot of.
Krishna for sending leaders, qualified men.
Yeah,
So much work.
I'm not qualified, but I will try my best. I will try my best. Yeah, by your instruction, by your guidance, I will. I will. I am very determined. Very determined.
Yes,
So,
that is what required.
yeah, just want to make ice cream expand more here in those
Yes.
French territory, because it
Then,
is needed. It is even in Mauritius, because ISKCON, they are in Mauritius, so they are so famous there. But I think if we can preach in Mauritius also, it will be very nice, because Prabhupada goes there, and it's just next to Reunion Island. And if we can have some ISKCON devotee there, it would be so nice. So nice. They have some very good relation, Mauritius political government. They have some very nice relationship with India. So it will benefit Reunion Island also in the future. So yes, sorry for saying all this, but yeah, this is a point that I want to discuss with you, but we end up by discussing about this, so I just added this point. So sorry, forgive me if I
no, it's
step up.
good. It's very
Yeah.
important. See, Prabhupada is saying that, I think related to Satsarupa, I'm not sure who is that. He's saying, make your own field and continue to be Ritvik and act on my behalf. This is the instruction of final. This is one of the final instruction of Srila Prabhupada is this. Okay, see, I put in the chat. Make your own field and continue to be Ritvik and act on my behalf. This is actually Prabhupada instruction.
Oh.
So you have your own field and you become Ritvik means representative of Prabhupada, Yamsaduda. Yeah. So I'm not sure also. I think Amsaduda Satsuru. I think Amsaduda.
No, Prabhu,
And
I
he's
think it's Hamsaduta. Sri Lanka,
Amsaduda.
right?
Yes. And
Yes.
he's saying make your own field and act as Ritvik means my representative on my behalf, Prabhupada says. That is what you have to do. You have to. If the whole French territory is your zone now, including Pondicherry also. There are so many French people here. Even your French speaking also will help Pondicherry preaching.
Haribol.
There are some Pondicherry. There are French people here, and that will be nice.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah.
You do
So
that.
so I motivate and cultivate Amoni Prabhu just to go as
Very
soon as possible to Pondicherry Temple, because they need association of devotee. He need to get trained well, and he need association of devotee. So he is very determined. He is very enthusiastic, but he need association of devotee, and he need to be in the temple. I know that, but now I can't give him a temple. I can't give him a center now. This is so soon for me, but he can get trained by your guidance, and so I always motivate him, and I will help him to next year go to Pondicherry and get trained by your guidance,
Yes.
because we need more French devotee. We need to expand ISKM in a more wide level here. So that's it. Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhupada, Hari Bol, all glories to you. Hari Bol. So, anything on this particular topic? Okay, if nothing, we can go to the transcendental presentation of Karthi Prabhu.
No.
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah, so Hare Krishna everyone. So yes, sir, Nambala patience. Our glory
Start
Krishna
and
Prabhupada. Yes, sure. Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances, all glory to Srila. So I would request everyone to please pardon me actually for not having my camera as well as for my bad voice. I've just been feeling a little bit sick lately. I'm having a slight fever as well as some cough and throat infection. So because of that, uh, this issue has come up. But one good thing is that Krishna arranged things nicely, because if you can very clearly see the real problems of life, right? So Janma Mrityu Jara Vyadi Dukkha Doshana Darshanam. So somehow or other, if if this pain was inflicted, means I can
Sorry,
present this
Karti
more
Prabhu.
better.
Karti
Yes,
Prabhu.
Prabhu.
The audio
Yes, Prabhu.
quality is little less because of internet. I'm not sure whether my side or your side. If you have another
Oh,
device, record your audio. Maybe if the
oh.
presentation to be uploaded, we can sync it and edit it. If you
Prabhu,
have
is it
one
okay now?
device, try to record the audio yourself.
Uh,
If you have one
yes,
more
Prabhu.
phone with you, you try to record your audio. If suppose
Yes,
the
Prabhu.
quality is not good, you can use it to match it, and while uploading the presentation. If you have anything, otherwise it's okay. We'll try. No problem.
Yes, so actually my mother's phone is there, but it's occupied as of now, Prabhu. Is that okay?
It's fine, no issues. I'm just suggesting whatever. Okay, very good.
Yes, Prabhu. Yeah, so I kindly do apologize for my bad voice as well as for not having my camera on. I'm not feeling well, so I've been feeling a little sickness. So because of this, I don't have these things proper. So again, but the thing is, coincidentally, the topic as well as my problem as of now, all of our problems, but especially at this particular moment, what I'm suffering also is correlated. So I hope that whatever little suffering that I'm going through can make me speak on this topic with some more realization and with some more heartfelt touch. So thank you, Sami Prabhu, for willing to project this. So thank you. So today's presentation is about the real problems of life, right? So it's based on the teachings of our beloved spiritual master, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. So Prabhu, you can go to the next. Yeah, so an introduction. So before I start the presentation, I would just like to give an introduction, a small introduction on why I chose this particular topic, because anything with some uh, prerequisite context makes the overall philosophical discussion better. So that is why. So the point is that everybody is working so hard around us. We can see our teachers or our faculties or even the mailman. Everybody's working hard. They're all working hard for their own personal sense gratification. And why are they doing this? They're working so hard thinking that it will solve their misery. So they're working so hard day and night. The truck driver is waking up 3 o'clock in the morning and he's doing some extremely strenuous things just so that he thinks he will become happy. Or in other words, he's working so that he will try to solve his misery or problems and try to get some real pleasure. However, they do not know that the source of their miserable condition or the root cause is the acceptance or is their acceptance of material bodies. Okay. And this acceptance of material bodies is actually due to forgetfulness of Krishna, who's our eternal master. So they're trying to solve their problems, but actually, uh, they're trying to solve their problems. But in fact, the pain of their problems is just getting worse. You see, so they're trying to mask their problems, but since they're not touching the root cause, the effect or the misery is just getting multiplied and multiplied and multiplied. For example, logically, we can see that when one is 18 or 19 years old, or rather 20 years old, he's trying to enjoy his senses, go around with the girls, so on and so forth. Even that is misery. But the same thing if he's doing at 60 years old or 70 years old, the level of hopelessness is much higher, because all his life he has tried to rather mask his misery or try to solve his problems, but it just becomes worse and worse and worse, right? So now, why we have prepared this small presentation is because we want to explain the real imminent problems which arise due to the acceptance of material bodies to those who are ignorant, and provide them with an ever blissful, satisfactory, not satisfactory, very much satisfactory solution, which not only helps them be peaceful and happy in this material world, but also in the next, right? So Prabhu, you can go to the next slide. Okay. So now all of us must inquire what are the real problems of life, because all of us are acting. None of us can stay without action, right? So the inherent tendency of every person is to act. Nobody can just sit in a place and just meditate. Even though he can do so in the previous ages, still at one point he must act, because the soul by nature is very much active. You see? So we must first of all inquire, why should we act? Everyone wants to act for sense pleasure, or rather, in the more crude sense, they want to act for relieving their problems or becoming happy. Now let's see what Srila Prabhupada he says on this matter, and on what principle should we act. And before we learn how to act, what is the prerequisite knowledge we have, or we should rather have, which will make our actions akarma, or in other words, actions which free one from this material world. Yes. So the first point, lecture on Bhagavad Gita 3.27. Krishna therefore presents, your real problem is birth, death, old age, and disease. Your real problem. You are making solution of all the problems by scientific advancement, by education, by so on, political maneuver, everything. It is all right. But how are you going to solve this major problem? Janma Mrityu Jara Vyadi Dukkha Doshana Darshanam. References Bhagavad Gita 13.9. How are you going to solve this problem? And then Prabhupada also says, actually, this human life is meant for solving this real problem, not these so-called temporary problems on how I will create some new plane to transport 500 persons, how I will create some new so-called vaccine to solve disease. This is all nonsense, right? So another one, and ultimately, as Krishna points out, Janma Mrityu Jara Vyadi Dukkha Doshana Darshana. You may have solved all other problems, very good. But what about your birth, death, old age, and disease? These are intelligent questions we have to answer. We have to make solution. Then you say that this material world is nice. But if you're always faced with so many problems and still say that this material world is very nice, so what are you? Foolish. You do not know what the meaning of pleasure. So this is actually a direct, we can all directly see this in our day-to-day life. Everybody is saying, no, let's be hopeful. Let us try to do something. Okay, I'm going to buy a house. I'm going to, get 2 kids. I'm going to get married, so on and so forth. All of them are actually solving these temporary problems, so-called temporary problems, but forgetting the real problems of death, birth, old age. But here you see, Prabhupada very clearly says that this is the real problem of life. And this can only be solved in this human form of life. Because what differentiates a cat or a dog to a human being? Because by nature, all of us are doing the same thing. What are we doing? Eating, sleeping, mating, and defending. The dog is eating on the road, I'm eating on a plate. The dog is mating on the road in front of everybody, and somebody is mating maybe on 25th floor of some big building in America. But actually speaking, what is the difference? So-called apparatus used for gratifying these 4 basic animalistic properties are the same, but more or less they're the same. The apparatus are different, but constitutionally speaking, they're the same. So what is the difference between an animal and a human? This question I would recommend everyone to keep in their minds, because it will be spoken of more in some more depth in the upcoming slides, right? So we'll just read this last verse. Srimad Bhagavatam 427.27 purport. Under illusion, people think that material opposites will save them, but although there has been much advancement in material science, the problems of society, birth, death, old age, disease, are still unsolved. Nonetheless, foolish scientists are thinking they have advanced materially. So they're thinking they have advanced so much. You look 50 years back and now look how we are. But actually, what is the point of getting so many things, so many unwanted things, if we have neglected the root cause of all our sufferings? So this kind of artificially puffed up civilization, fueled by modern so-called education system, will never sustain. Yes, so you can very clearly see the diagrams, or rather the artwork. So how we are all changing bodies, right? Prabhu, can you please go to the next slide? So now let us see, actually. So we've spoken about birth, death, old age, disease, right? So So we've spoken about birth, death, old age, disease. But actually, many people, they want to know it more. They want to know in some more depth, in some more philosophical depth, that how is this painful or how is this causing us miseries? So very simple, on the top right-hand corner, of course, we can read the verse as well, but you can very clearly see how the child is actually being entrapped in the womb of the mother. So does it look like a very nice place to stay? The child, imagine, okay, just imagine if the child is inside a carry bag, and around the carry bag, so many faulty air, and under there is so much, mucus, bile, and waste. So in such a situation, can anybody survive? So such is the difficulty of birth. So the child is being surrounded by so many untouchable things, and he's situated in a place where he cannot even move his hands or legs freely. So in such a place, he has to stay for 9 months, and then finally, by the law of nature, he has to come out because such a place is intolerable. So let us read this first point. When the body is formed, the soul, the spirit soul, is injected in the womb of the woman. And then the formation of the body takes place. So the body grows. And now imagine when we are in the womb of the mother, how much difficult position packed up in a bag, airtight bag. So we can just imagine, so how difficult packed up in an airtight bag in the womb of the mother. So at the present moment, Prabhupada gives another example about how we can relate to this more and understand the severity of the issue. At the present moment, if I put into some airtight condition, within 3 minutes, I shall die. Within 3 minutes. But similarly, just like packed, the child remains within the womb of the mother. It is very, very painful. But by God's grace, he lives. Otherwise, it is suffocating. Just imagine if you're put in an airtight box, tied up hands and legs, how long you can live. You see? So Prabhupada gives us a very practical example in an airtight box where we cannot even move our hands and legs. And under and surrounding us, so many, mucus, bile, as well as, stool, all of these are there. So in such a place, it is of extreme pain and suffering. And one more verse, you see. So this is regarding death. So we just spoke about birth, about how in such an airtight condition, very packed up condition, fixed up condition, where hands and legs also cannot move, the suffering is very much imminent. In fact, even modern science is coming to the fact that when the child is kicking in the womb of the mother, he's in a very much distressful condition. Because why else will the child actually kick? So modern science is actually coming to this conclusion, which the Vedas have spoken many, many thousands of years ago in perfect knowledge. So let us go towards death, the problem with death. Some people say, death will just come, Aram say, I'll just go, just come and I'll go. That's all. What is the difficulty? But these people, they do not realize that death is actually a very gruesome process. Death is not just a point for 1 second gone. It is actually a slight process. It takes some time for the body to deteriorate to such an extent where the soul is practically incapable of staying within that material body, right? So let us see some verses which describe these things in more depth or in more, graphical understanding so that persons can understand. O elevated demigods, at the time of death, severe unbearable pain takes away the consciousness of the living entities who have accepted material bodies. Don't you know about this pain? So if anybody goes to an old age home, I don't know how many of you have gone, but if you go, you can see that sometimes they're slightly trying to be awake, and sometimes their eyes just roll back, and their consciousness is almost non-existent. So in such a state where they cannot even form a proper thought, or they cannot even move their hands and legs, even though they want to do so, because by nature the spirit soul is active. But even though they want to do so, they're again trapped in a condition where their consciousness is switching on and off, and at the same time the body is so practically immovable and so feeble. So can you just imagine in such a situation? So this is about the materialistic attached householder and about some more depth on his thing as well. So for formality's sake, when a man is lying on his deathbed, his relatives come to him and sometimes they cry very loudly, addressing the dying man. Oh, my father, oh my friend, or oh my husband. In that pitiable condition, the dying man wants to speak with them and instruct them of his desires. But because he's fully under the control of the time factor, death, he cannot express himself, and that causes him inconceivable pain. He's already in a painful condition because of disease, and his glands are choked up with mucus. He's already in a very difficult position, and when he is addressed by his relatives in that way, his grief increases. So the reason why I'm giving some gap between reading is that actually we can think about this. So Shastra doesn't mean we just read in one go and forget. So let us actually try to think about it. So just imagine, attached family man. We can see in the BBT pictures, all of his family and friends are around him. He wants to tell them something. He wants to instruct them, what to do, what not to do, where my will go, this and that. But in his almost deathbed stage, he cannot even move his will. He cannot, think consciously. He cannot frame a single thought into his words. So he's thinking of doing so many things, but those thoughts are not translating into words. So it's basically like a paralysis attack. So we can just imagine the severity of this issue. It is no joke actually. So this is the misery of death, you know. So Prabhu, you can go to the now old age and disease. So now I would like to show you or draw your attention towards the description as well as the painting next to it. So you can see on the top right hand corner, I was actually putting a picture of Pele. So all of us know who Pele is. People say he's one of the best footballers of his time. He won the World Cup many times, so on and so forth. So if you can very clearly see, when he was young, how nicely he was playing. He was jumping 3 feet in the air, and then he was doing so many gymnastics and tricks and this and that, everything. But at the time of death, look how handicapped he is. He cannot even move his hand. And his eyes are actually gray. He cannot see what is right in front of him. And such a person who can jump so high when he was young, who can run so fast, he's actually being restricted in a position where he cannot even see who's in front of him, and he is handicapped by a wheelchair. Before he was running in maybe 30 kilometers per hour, but now barely 3 kilometers per hour. That also with so much stress, because the hand muscles, they're all practically atrophying. That means they're reducing in size. So you can very clearly see the picture. And you can see another picture under it. So someone our age, 17 years old, look how he has nice hair. He has the shine of youth in his face. And then finally, when he's old, you can see how his face is practically just shivering. And then hair is not there. And what he was doing when he was 17 years old, he still wants to do. You see, the point is they still want to do it because the nature of soul is always active. But nevertheless, he cannot do so. So just try to imagine. So old age means deterioration. Just like this body, when I was a young man, child, I was also jumping. Now I have to go with a stick. The deterioration, this is called deterioration, means now coming to be finished. So in the second verse, this is also very, very important verse. So let us read. The body has 9 gates, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears, mouth, rectum, and genitals. When one is harassed by the invalidity of old age, various diseases manifest at the gates of the body. For example, the eyes become so dim that one requires spectacles, and the ears become too weak to hear directly, and therefore one requires hearing aids. The nostrils are blocked by mucus, and one always has to sniff a medical bottle containing ammonia. Similarly, the mouth, too weak to chew, requires false teeth. The rectum also gives trouble, and the evacuation process becomes difficult. Sometimes one has to take enemas and sometimes use a surgical nostril to accelerate the passing of urine. So you see, whatever we are doing now at the time of death becomes much, much, much more difficult. So even to walk or even to look at someone, it's very much easy right now. I can just look and then I can just make sure he's there or I can walk to him around. But at the same time, after 40 years or 45, 50 years, the same basic thing, which I still want to do, becomes very difficult. So again, you can see how the mucus are always stopping the nose, cannot even speak properly. The throat, sometimes there are singers who sing very beautifully when they were young, and now they cannot do so. So, and even to pass urine and stool, which is a basic function of maintenance. All of these are functions of maintenance. But just to show the severity, even to do that, how much difficulty one has to go through. So that is the misery of old age, right? So again, I'm telling the reason why I'm stopping is because in middle why I'm stopping and giving some time is because we can actually think about this. No need to just rush through the verses, but actually let us think about this and you know actually contemplate on this. Okay. Now about disease. Disease means there is limitation of eating, sleeping. Everything is limited, limitation of mating. A diseased man cannot have sex like unlimitedly, whatever. There is restriction. Just like a diseased man, he cannot imitate the healthy man. A healthy man eats as he likes, but a diseased man, if he eats as he likes, he'll die. That is sure. So again, another principle of limitation. You see, old age, at least generally speaking, most persons after the age of 55, 60, when the maintenance process is over, then dwindling process starts. Yeah, but disease nobody can avoid. Like right now, it's so hard for me to speak. I'm struggling to even speak, and even Sami Prabhu, he's struggling to chant Hare Krishna. So you see how, even though we want to do so, of course, the devotee's example is different, but nevertheless, I'm just giving you an example that even the basic things become difficult for the youth because the youth is also destined to get disease. Nowadays in the hospital, more than the old men, the young persons are there, under 20 years, under 25 years. All these people are suffering from diabetes, high cholesterol. So you see, even while we are young, these disease won't spare us to live without restriction or to do what exactly we want to do. So I showed you another picture about liver disease. Of course, this is a very common form of disease, so that is why I showed. So Prabhu, you can go to the next slide. Yes. So actually, there are some persons who say. So now we just saw, death, birth, old age, disease in graphic details. We saw how this is actually a painful condition. But actually, there are few people. These people are called very optimistic fools. Uh, uh, very trying to be happy fool. So many persons are there in this YouTube as well as in Google. I'm sure many of you have seen that they're saying, no problem. There are so many diseases, so many difficulties, but just be happy. I mean, does it even sound logical? So yeah, that's what. So some argue the problems of birth, death, old age, and disease come only occasionally, right? We can ignore them and enjoy life for the remaining time. So some say, even my mother was saying sometimes, let me get old, then we'll see. So another person is saying, no problem. When disease comes, we'll see. And right now, let me just enjoy life. That's what they say. But actually, these people also don't have any brain substance. Of course, it's our duty to educate them on this. So yeah, so they say that at every moment we can be happy. Why not, be happy? Because these things are only coming after, right? But the point is, at every moment, all of us must suffer from at least one of these below mentioned miseries. These are called as secondary miseries. What are these miseries? Adi Devik, Adi Baudik, Adi Atmic places, right? So sometimes I might just be sitting inside, maybe watching some YouTube or playing a game. Suddenly earthquake might come. In Japan, right? Everybody was just calm and they were just doing their own thing. And suddenly earthquake came, suddenly tsunami came, everything went. In under 5 minutes, they were under, some 20 feet of water. Can you imagine? Yeah. So you can see, or Hiroshima also. These are, Adibaudic miseries from other living entities. So Japan did something small. So US dropped nuclear bomb. You see? So this is the thing. People were so happy before Hiroshima. 30 seconds before Hiroshima, they were drinking tea, coffee. Some people having illicit sex. They were thinking, "Wow, I'm so happy. I can do something finally." 30 seconds later, all gone. You see. And also, of course, you also have miseries coming from your own body and mind. So, for example, when the body is altering, the mind automatically follows. Because, um, for example, when one is sick or he has some cough infection, his mind is also weakened. The mind and body actually have a direct connection. Even though the mind is actually one of the subtle material elements, in the heavily conditioned stage, they both are very much interlinked. That is a fact. So these secondary miseries are also there every time. Nobody can escape, right? So for those who say that we can wait and see, no, they cannot wait. At every moment, mosquito must bite them, no, or someone should cause them trouble, or their own body and mind must fail, huh? Or someone else might, not someone else, the demigods authorized by Krishna due to the sinful reactions of the persons might send an earthquake, tsunami, hurricane, so on and so forth. So Prabhu, you can go to the next. Now let us go to the solution to these problems. So first of all, we have understood that this material life is temporary and always painful. There is no scope of relaxation. No scope. Absolutely no scope. So I'm with my parents, friends. No. There is no scope of relaxations. At every single moment, there is misery tormented upon us. Okay. So now we've understood this, right? So first we have to understand after this step, we have to understand why. Because every intelligent man asks, okay, Prabhu, you're saying all this, but why I must suffer? Why? Right? So this question is asked with a big question mark. So let us see this. So first we should understand that even though we don't want to suffer, why should we do so? Or rather, why must we undergo these things? By right, we want to live an eternal happy life with complete knowledge. This is because we are spirit souls whose real position is in the spiritual world where life is as such. However, when the soul falls from the spiritual world due to disobedience to the Supreme Lord, then he must accept a material body and come onto this material world, due to which miseries are forced upon him by the laws of nature. So you see, of course, now I've quoted Shastra again. So before this, all the Shastra was very logical. So my idea was to present this to the scientific class of men, not to the devotees, because I like to do it this way. So you see, the point is, so all of this quoting we've done from Prabhupada before, where Prabhupada explains in a very nice and logical manner. But now they have to accept something based on faith, right? So even before they accept something based on faith, let us try to make the Shastra also seem logical to a certain extent for them. You see? So first of all, nobody likes to be insulted as a fool, right? Nobody likes to have their life cut short. Everyone wants to live an eternal life, happy life, and a life full of knowledge, right? This is our real position, Sachit Ananda, the eternal part and parcel of Krishna. Mama Vamsha Jiva Loke, Jiva Bhuta Sanatana. Right. So through logic we can understand. If anybody is called a fool, so many people walking on the road, if I call him a fool, he stops his bike and he comes to insult me. Why? Because actually his natural position is not as a fool, He's intelligent by his constitution in the spiritual world. Second of all, everybody wants to live an eternal life. If you go to the old age home and ask anybody, they'll say, I don't want to die. Why? Because they want to live an eternal life. And third of all, everybody wants to be happy. All of us want to be happy. If you ask anybody, do you want to be unhappy? They'll say, no, I want to be happy. Why is this? Because these are all the reflections of the spirit soul. You see, these are all the actions of the spirit soul. However, in this material temporary reality, it's perverted, or rather cannot be achieved due to disobedience towards Krishna. So because we were all with Krishna and we've disobeyed him because we have minute free will, Krishna also has unlimited free will. We have minute free will because we are part and parcel of Krishna. So since we have disobeyed Krishna and come down, we must suffer, right? So Krishna himself tells us, warns us very nicely, Dukkhalayam Ashashvatam, temporary and full of miseries. This is the nature of the material world. Quoted from Bhagavad Gita 8.15. Second one, because I also quoted this. The living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. Due to conditioned life, they're struggling very hard with the six senses, which include the mind, Bhagavad Gita 15.7. So you can just take a look at these pictures, especially down the second picture. You can see how so much quarrel is going on every time. There's so much miseries is always going on. You can see. Right. So Prabhu, can you please go to the next slide? Yeah. Okay. Okay, since it's in the PPT format, I think there's some small issue, but okay, no worries. Okay, so now how do we come out of this entanglement of this material world, this conditioning? Well, actually, it's a very simple process. So now that we've understood that we are all eternal spirit souls, part and parcels of Krishna, we are supposed to live an eternal life with him. However, because of our disobedience, we come down and have to suffer. So now what is the next solution? Next solution is to relink our original position back to, link it with Krishna again. Go back to our eternal Father, eternal loving Father, Krishna, right? So what happens when you do this in this material world? Because by nature, Krishna is rubber stamped, dukkhalaya ashashvatam. So one can ask, okay, even if I relink, still I have to suffer, right? Well, actually, no, because you see, there is this verse, Brahma Bhuta Prashanatma Na Sochati Na Kanchati. Well, it doesn't only refer to those who are completely in the Brahman, of course, it refers to those who are in the Brahman platform, but there's a range, you see. There's a range actually. So I was speaking with Prahlad Prabhu about this, and Prabhu told the same thing, that there's a range of Na Sochati Na Kanchati. So when one takes up spiritual life and practices the Shravanam Kirtanam process in the association of devotees, which is a key word here, very sincerely, he starts to get out of this bodily conception of life and understands that he is spirit soul, part and parcel of Krishna. So when he comes to this consciousness, then he will not lament nor will he desire as much as he used to do in his karmi life. The perfectional stage is in the Brahman platform. But even before the Brahman platform, one can actually experience this in various degrees according to his level of sincerity and surrender. So even the karmi, who is maybe a big millionaire or a billionaire, he has so much anxiety. Why? Because his money, his car, his wife, his home, his son, that. But if he comes to understand, no, we are all eternal servants of Krishna, first he understands his jnana, then he applies it. Jnanam vijnanam sahitam. So he applies it, then he actually starts to realize this. So then, numerically speaking, for example, just to give a mundane example, if he had 100% attachment, it'll reduce to 80, 70, 60, 40, 30, 20. So that proportion will be replaced with actually spiritual knowledge and spiritual bliss. So even in this material temporary world, one can be happy in the spiritual platform, provided he takes to this Krishna consciousness process, which starts with Shravanam, Kirtanam in the association of devotees. You see? And also, very famous verse, I'm sure all of you know here. So in this age of quarrel and hypocrisy, the best method for spiritual cultivation is actually chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. In this age of Kali, there is no other means for self-realization than chanting the holy name, chanting the holy name of Lord Hari. So spiritual realization, you see in other yugas, there was temple worship, right? There was also fire sacrifice, and then there was also the Hatha Yoga system. But in Kali Yuga, all of this is not recommended. In Kali Yuga, simply chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra attentively, just hear what you're chanting. And in order to sustain this chanting also, one very important thing should not be neglected, which is hearing. Hearing or reading, both are non-different. So one must hear about Krishna, one must hear what the devotees are telling about Krishna, one must glorify, you see, one must hear the glorification of Krishna. When this is consistently done, then by nature, the conditioned soul is attracted. Through the years, this transcendental vibration pierces the heart, and then one is attracted to chant the holy names of Krishna and actually take up this devotional process. So this is a very small presentation. Because of time limit, I was making it short. So Prabhu, you can go to the next slide. So the references you can see, Vani quotes, as well as Veda base. Krishna Path I used for the images. And YouTube I quoted from Sundar Gopal Prabhu's very beautiful YouTube lecture. And also one short video where Srila Prabhupada very emphatically tells us that why I have to accept death, birth, old age, and disease. So that is just as an added inspiration for all of us. So again, I do apologize for my bad voice. So I'm sorry for that, but I hope this presentation was of some use to all of you. If I've committed any offense, please do forgive me. Vanshakakalubhesha, Vipasindabevacha, Palitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Thank you so much. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Very nice, very amazing.
Nice presentation, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Jai Prabhu.
Ali Bol.
Thank you so much.
Well presented. Anybody has any questions to ask? Any doubts you want to ask to? I can ask to Karthi Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhu. I have a question for Sakati Prabhu, if I can ask.
Yes.
The scientists actually always say one thing mainly, especially those that I come across, well, how do I know that I'm not, risking my life of sense gratification for something that may or may not exist, because they can't see God, therefore they say, oh, why am I risking all that? What if he isn't real? Then I've lost all this opportunity for sense gratification. And even if there is a spiritual world, I will have to leave behind this sex pleasure, which is the most pleasurable thing I can see, and so on. So, how can we convince them that there is a pleasure higher than this sex pleasure, which they can taste and relish and easily forget the mundane sex pleasure?
Well, you see, everything is based on faith. So there's this cat sitting right next to me. Even though he's an inferior creature, I can push him down, right? But why is he sitting next to me so nicely? You see, and similarly, when the scientist goes to the barber, he is also thinking, oh, this guy will give me a nice clean shave. I can attract all the women in my office. That's what they're thinking. But how does he know that this person will not cut my neck? So what we tell them is, you see, everything is based on faith. You take one step, you see, take our books, chant Hare Krishna, come to ISKM Pondicherry, associate with our senior devotees, and you taste for yourself, you judge for yourself. This is what we say. You see, Prabhu, everything is based on faith, right? In the starting stage, at least, Nada Shraddha, Sadhisanga, Bhajana Kriya, Niriti Nishra, like that goes on. The first step is faith. So tell them to try this process. Any intelligent man will be open-minded or willing to try. No need to try to present them more logic, because once their mind is bewildered or rather sometimes emotional, you also get to the emotional platform and tell them, why don't you try this? Why don't you take up, see how it has transformed my life? Get down to their platform and preach. Tell them, please take up this chanting, come to the japa sessions, and then they will taste it for sure. That is a fact. So that's how we try to preach, Or we try to preach. That's how I think we should perhaps try to do it based on what you have, based on the context you have given.
Yes, Prabhu. Makes sense.
Any other questions? Sami Prabhu, Lavesh Prabhu, Jani Prabhu, anybody? Okay, thank you so much for being merciful unto me and not asking so many questions. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Jai Shri Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Jai Prabhupada. Wonderful presentation, Hari Bol. I think that's the program
Thank you, Prabhu.
concludes, right?
No, Prabhu, Q&A.
The best part of the best part of the session.
What? I already completed all the
The
Q&A.
most awaited, Prabhu.
I think today Q&A by Karti Prabhu.
No, Prabhu, I don't know anything, Prabhu.
Okay, so anything you want to ask? I think all left, only 10 people are there. Anything still? Anybody want to ask something? No
Prabhu,
questions.
just one question, Prabhu, if I can ask. Prabhu, of course, Prabhu, like of course, you said that you just give the order, we have to do it. But I'm asking just one more doubt, Prabhu, because like I was just thinking that actually maybe one or two podcasts. Suppose if any of the temple devotees are free, can I have like a half an hour? I'll plan with them, and if they're free, is it okay?
Sorry, what is that?
I was saying that, Prabhu, like for the podcast, like you said, we have to preach, right? So sometimes I know the temple devotees are very busy, but if maybe half an hour I can message them and maybe we can book some half an hour whenever they're free, no service. Is that okay?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, you can do that, no problem.
Yes, Prabhu. Thank you, Prabhu.
See, like preaching, no? Preaching is also our duty. What? How we can say we are busy? Preaching also important, no? If it is required for preaching, we have to give our time. Yes.
Yes, Prabhu.
Yesterday we made a video explaining the temple project so far. It's like interview between myself and Sham going through. We made like that. Nishikesh shooted it. Like a discussion kind of video we made yesterday. I think it will be coming up by 1 month time. This week. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow the video will come. Or day after tomorrow.
Hari.
Let's see the video. Yes. Anything else? Any other questions?
Yes, Prabhu, I did have one.
Yes, Prabhu.
You said that anyone who even once approaches Krishna, he is transcendental to the influence of the planets, He's directly under the control of Srimati Radharani, spherical. I think you had written this recently, just now in a group somewhere. I just can't find it.
Yes, I
But
put in the morning, today morning. Astrology.
yes, Prabhu, I'm not able to find the message. Which group was it posted in, Prabhu? Do you remember?
Today morning in Istagoshti. ISKM Vaishnava Sangha, I replied.
Yes.
Chanting time in the morning, 6:30 phone connect பண்ணிப்பார்.
Yes,
phone
Prabhu.
making too much noise. No, Today morning about 6:20, 6:30 Indian time.
Oh, yes. India time machine. Oh, yes. So he will predict your future too. No astrologer in the world can predict the future for Vaishnav, as Vaishnav's life is directly controlled by Srimati Radharani and not by Durga Devi. Except some foolish astrologer, none dare to predict the future of a Vaishnav. So, all right. So, in this context, a Vaishnav really means one who is really elevated at that prem platform, right?
Yes, that is right. But even those devotees who have dedicating his life also, since he is sincerely serving the spiritual master, and he also his chart also cannot be predicted, because the moment you start your spiritual life and the karmic life stops, because like your stars and planets, it's all arranged because of your past karma. But the moment you start taking shelter of Krishna, then those things doesn't happen. And all these planets, just like Prahlad Maharaj says, no, Bhagavatam 7th canto, that supreme planet Goloka. When someone is favored by the Goloka planet, you know the verse? You know the verse?
I don't
When
remember when.
someone is favored by the Goloka planet, what is the verse? And so every planet has some influence. Rahu has influence, and Shani has influence, it's all there. But you cannot exactly define, because like even I say, like when I was 26 years old, and I went to my, I think 99, when I was planning to get married. That time I took my chart to one of our astrologers in my village, and he's a very old man, and then very old man, and he's very good in astrology. So he saw me, and then he said that I cannot say astrology for you. For spiritual persons, anyone who is devotee of Krishna, and for spiritual people, astrology won't work. 7:4:37 Bhagavatam, Prahlad Maharaj, 7:4:37. So anyone who is Krishna conscious and dedicated his life in Krishna service, and this astrology won't work for him. And even if it works, it won't work completely. It depends upon the complete surrender.
The word to word meaning is very evident.
Mm.
The translation it is not there, but the word to word meaning, the word Krishna Graha is mentioned.
Yeah.
Krishna Graha Gita.
Okay, read the translation first, and then you can go to word to word. Read the
So,
translation.
wait, so which verse was it?
7:4:37. This is the verse.
Yes. So from the beginning of his childhood, Prahlad Maharaj was uninterested in childish playthings. Indeed, he gave them up altogether and remained silent and dull, being fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness. Since his mind was always affected by Krishna consciousness, he could not understand how the world goes on, being fully absorbed in the activities of sense gratification.
You read the word to word. Word to word, you can see the word to word. Where is my phone?
The whole thing,
My
Prabhu?
phone is here, bro. The word to word, you go to word to word.
Okay.
See the word Krishna Graha.
Yes, Krishna Graha, by Krishna, who is like a strong influence, like a Graha or planetary influence.
Is the same verse or maybe the purport the word is there? Prabhupada used the word Goloka planet. The Prabhupada used the word. Is the same verse or different verse? See the Krishna Graha, that's also a planet. So
Yes,
when someone is favored by the Goloka planet, Prabhupada write like that.
Yes, Prabhu.
So the astrology won't work. Of course, like if you are very new and of course it'll work. So new people, but the more and more you surrender unto Krishna, it won't actually make any impact.
But the Krishna's planet is very far away, right, Prabhu? So in astrology also, they have also neglected planets like Neptune and Uranus and Pluto because they don't actually have a big effect. So how do we answer them?
Goloka planet is very near. It is just inside your heart.
Okay, yes. Oh, yes, because
It's
Krishna
very
is
near. The planet is very near. You just need to turn your face towards the planet. The moment you turn your face towards the planet, then automatically, so all this astrology won't work. See, this astrology is only for those people who are under three modes of material nature. And those who are trying to transcend the three modes of material nature, they're actually disturbing a system, You are disturbing a material, you're disturbing a system, how this happens. That's why Mahatmanastu Mampartha Devim Prakriti Mashita. That's what I said. He's working under Adharani's control, See, if you are determined to serve Srila Prabhupada, and then like, Krishna is directly controlling you with internal potency. You see, like today morning I was reading a nice quote. Okay, let me share this. Where is it? Okay, see here. Okay, see, they read this one.
Okay.
Read this. You can see or not?
Yes, Prabhu. So devotee, Srila Prabhupada, if we think about a spiritual master, is that as good as thinking about Krishna? Prabhupada. Devotee. Number two, if we think about our spiritual master, is that as good as thinking of Krishna? Prabhupada. Yes, because it is said, Yasya prasadat bhagavat prasadaha. If you can please your guru, then you please Krishna. So if you make always this plan, how to please my guru, then you'll please Krishna. What is that? Devotee 3. Srila Prabhupada, it is said in the Bhagavad Gita that if one thinks in the time of death, if he thinks of Krishna, he goes to Krishna. What if one thinks of his spiritual master? Prabhupada, he will go to Krishna because spiritual master is also going to Krishna.
So it is not whether you are a pure devotee of Krishna or not. It doesn't matter really. The main thing that matters is whether you are determined to serve your spiritual master or not. How much you are determined to serve your spiritual master. If you have made your whole life to serve your spiritual master and you're busy from morning to night, then it is as good as being Krishna conscious. So Prabhupada conscious is easier, than Krishna consciousness. Because we have a person more reachable, like Prabhupada books or here everything. So Krishna is also a person, but we don't have any direct connection with Krishna. So it is pretty much difficult. But Prabhupada, we have direct connection with Prabhupada. So that's why being Prabhupada conscious is much more shortcut than being Krishna conscious. So if you are Prabhupada conscious, then the chart won't work for you also. Graheta ko, Aneta ko, Sadahari, whether Grahastha, Brahmachari, full time, part time, whatever, if you are 24 hours, if you are thinking how to serve my spiritual master, Divine Grace AC, Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada, automatically then astrology, horoscope, because Radharani is always waiting, how to protect you, how to help you. And Radharani is always thinking about you. Because you think about Prabhupada and Krishna thinks about you. Right? What to speak of my devotee? Even the devotee of my devotee is dear to me. Right? 9th canto, Bhagavatam. Of course, like these things are, if you're not fully surrendered, then it will make some impact. But definitely it is not as bad as the karmis. Yes?
Yes, Prabhu. Please answer my question.
Anything else?
No, Prabhu, this is clear.
Okay. Thank you for asking only one question today. Okay. Okay. We thank everyone to be very patient all the while, Still we have 10 people, It's going to be 4 hours. Still 10 people are there. And I think before 30 minutes, almost full crowd was there. 15 to 20 people. So thank you so much. I think the session is very interesting because you are doing a lot of presentations, group discussions. Yes. Okay. So thank you, Srikanth Prabhu, for staying this long in today. How is your sadhana? All okay, Srikanth Prabhu?
Can you hear me, Prabhu?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, Prabhu. I had a question on preaching, Prabhu. So I was actually talking to one of my friend on demigod worship, and I actually pointed out the wrong verse. I think I told him like men who worship demigods are of lower intelligence. So it's like, how do I preach without the person who's getting preached hating the philosophy rather than they should be able to love the philosophy? Because if you tell them that what they are doing it's currently wrong, then they kind of get very defensive and then try to hate the philosophy or hate the person who's preaching the philosophy.
It's best actually, before you talk about why we should not worship demigod, you tell them why you should worship Krishna. That is a proper idea. You must understand that how much love, psychology, Prabhu, how much you love Krishna, that much you like Shiva. If you go and tell him that Shiva is not supreme person, will you be happy to hear that? Let us talk about let us keep all the philosophy aside. Let us talk the psychology. He's worshipping Shiva. He loves Shiva as much as you love Krishna. At least sentimentally, emotionally. It may not be pure love, at least emotionally, he's thinking he's a pure devotee of Lord Shiva. And when you go and tell him that Shiva is not supreme, Krishna is supreme. When Shiva is saying, you see this 740 for 7 chapter 7 verse number 4. See here, Krishna is saying this. Shiva is saying Prabhu. Brahma is saying Prabhu. You see all these things. They really that doesn't make any impact. We follow how Prabhupada preach. Prabhupada has given a complete method of preaching. Prabhupada simply encouraged everyone to chant and read his books. And preaching means not to give any big philosophy. Preaching means how to attract this soul to Prabhupada book. That's it. Our preaching is as simple as it is. So we don't talk big philosophy there and then you think in the name of preaching you destroy that person. Preaching means how to attract this soul to Prabhupada book. That's it. Because the moment he come to read Prabhupada book, Prabhupada has more purity than us, how we can make impact. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, to convert a meat eater into Vaishnava, that really requires the mercy of Vishnu. Almost everybody is meat eater now. What our preaching can do. So preaching means a more other, we have one devotee here, he was actually complete nonsense. He was doing all kind of nonsense activities in the name of spirituality, doing so much of speculation. He will take the name of offering. How we do offering? He will have one Krishna deity in the house. He will make some. Suppose he make kira, he will make a spoon and feed on the mouth of the deity. He'll take the spoon and the physically will he will not even clean it, bro. If you go and see the deity, all the kheer, everything is dripping from the mouth of the deity. And then he will do big yajna, and then he will do Sai Baba puja, so many things, so many things. And somehow or other we met him in the bookstall. And one very good thing is that he got attracted to Prabhupada books. So I did not tell him, I did not try to correct him about the Sai Baba and all these things. I just told him, please read Prabhupada books. And then he was running a company, software company. And then I asked him, can you give me opportunity to talk to your employees? I can come and present the philosophy. And I said that we can make some prasadam and send it to your staff. You pay us the money for the prasadam. That will help the temple. You are paying outside. We'll cook. We'll send the prasadam, you pay money for us. He agreed, he was giving money for the prasadam lunch. We are giving lunch prasadam every day. Once in a week we are talking the philosophy to them. And that person also, he got so much interested in Krishna consciousness. He finished Bhagavad Gita within 1 week. This whole Bhagavad Gita book he finished within 1 week. He finished, and then he read again and again some more other. And then he came to my table, and then he saw this book. You know what is this book? Wait, my background is blur.
No,
You know
Prabhu,
this
I have.
book? Anybody has seen this book? There's a selected verses from Prabhupada teaching, So this book has all the frequently quoted Prabhupada words. So I keep on my table always to preach. So he saw the book and then he asked me, Prabhu, can I take this book and read? I said, okay, no problem. And that has all Bhagavatam verses. And then he read the Prahlad Maharaj, he read Rishabhadev. And then he came to me and said, Prabhu, these verses are like someone is hitting on my head with 10 hammers, Prabhu. So he just told me. And then slowly, he give up his bad habit. Sometimes he'll drive us to Chennai, and then he likes to serve the devotees. He drives us to Chennai, and then he will say, Prabhu, give me a time, small break. And then he will just go inside a coffee shop, drink coffee, and come and start driving again. So he want to give up, but so slowly now he has completely given up all these things. Even he donated this land for us. This land is donated by him. So what I did is I did not try to correct. I asked somebody.
But your connection is cutting.
Is it okay now?
No, Prabhu, you're stuck. Now
Yes,
you,
Prabhu.
Prabhu, you're muted.
So I did not try to preach him. I did not try to, of course, I preach him. I did not try to correct him so much because I always feel that we must respect other person's false ego. More than respect, accept. That's a better word. We accept other person's false ego, even though the false ego should not be there, and everybody has false ego and pride. So we cannot go and give some 10-15 slokas and expect him to give up everything and then surrender to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu lotus feet. So that will happen only in the movies. Real life is not going to happen. Real life, this guy is a puffed up rascal, and with all his false ego for millions of life. That's the reality. To take him out of it, you need the mercy of Prabhupada. And mercy of Prabhupada is in his books. So when you preach something to anybody, somehow or other attract him to the holy name and Srila Prabhupada books. That's preaching. As far as I know, that is preaching. And that's what Prabhupada did. Prabhupada said that what is the use of your 2 minutes preaching? Give them my book, they'll be benefited. That's it. So what am I doing here with all of you? I'm just telling you to read Prabhupada books and then go do the presentation. I'm telling you to do group discussion. I'm telling you to memorize the slokas. And what am I doing? When you ask some question, I'm just giving you based on Prabhupada books. And then I'm giving you a practical solution for you that you can follow based on your capacity. I'm not giving some theoretical answer for all of you. You know, so this will only work. So when you preach, if a person is not qualified to hear about the demigods and all, don't go there. Of course, if someone asks question, you must answer. That is another thing. If someone asks question, what do you think about demigod worship? Then you should answer. That you cannot compromise. That also you can tell in a gentle way and explain what is less intelligent. Because less intelligent doesn't mean that he's a fool. Less intelligent means you are a soul and you are supposed to gratify the soul. And if you satisfy the body, is it intelligence? And he himself will say no. Right? Then you say, yes, this is the meaning of less intelligent. Antavattu phalam tesham tadbhavati alpavedasham. Antavattu phalam means, you are going to the demigod and then you're asking something which is going to be end, This is Prabhupada give an example of a story, right? Prabhupada give a story and there is one lady, very old lady, and then he went to the forest to collect the small wood, And then she collected all the wood and then make a big bundle of it and then she got someone to help put it on the head. And then she was carrying all the wood on the forest and then she was walking all the way and about 12 noon and the sun was too much scorching and then she because of old age she cannot take it and then she fell on the ground. She became unconscious and then suddenly she regained the consciousness and then like she cannot carry and put it on the head because all hard earned collected woods. So she wanted to put it on the head. Then suddenly say Krishna, he called like that, just casually. Krishna came. Krishna came and asked the old lady, how can I help you? And then she told, please take the wood and put on my head. Huh? Krishna collected the wood and put on the head and then he left. Is it intelligence? Is it intelligence? If Krishna comes all the way from Goloka Vrindavan because you call and then you say what? Krishna take all the wood and put on my head. Is it intelligence? So likewise, better to preach this way, gentle way, without hurting their false ego. Without hurting their pride, you just speak in a gentle way and that is actually try to talk to them standing on their shoes or holding their nerves. When you talk to somebody, always hold their nerves and you understand how his facial expressions are changing, whether he's accepting or not accepting. When you don't see all these things, and then you just go like a bullet train. And then with this sloka, Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, Brahma Samhita, I mean, come on. This is simply useless time. That guy will say, oh, Srikant is coming. I'll go this side. He is coming towards me, I'll go north. He is coming north, I'll go south. So this will become like that. So you preach this way. Some more other you get him attracted to Prabhupada books and now you give Mahaprasad, and you give some simple philosophy. Of course, somebody asks question, you must answer. And when someone is asking very sensitive question, like Prabhupada was questions, by a reporter, Reporter is asking question. He is having the mic and then he's asking a question and that is going to come on the news. And what is the question? Swamiji, what do you think of Sai Baba? See, it's very sensitive. Prabhupada can say he's a rascal, he's a fool, he is a pretender, so many things. But Prabhupada knows if I answer this way, it is going to create some controversy. And in this way, I may not be helped to many souls. And what Prabhupada replied, I don't think of Sai Baba. That's it. The question is, what do you think of Sai Baba? Prabhupada said, I don't think of Sai Baba. Now, why I should think of Sai Baba? I mean, is it the perfect, Prabhupada is not compromising the philosophy. At the same time, we don't want to answer this question. Because privately, if somebody asks, and Prabhupada will say, the philosophy, putting you should know common sense, when you preach to people, you should know where you're talking, what, no. So you should be a little careful about this also. So you have to hold the nerves of the person when you speak, and then you have to see whether he's surrendered, whether he's not surrendered. Like how much he's understanding, how much he's pious to understand this. That is why when once one devotees were preaching to hippies and big philosophies, and Prabhupada says, stop, chant Hare Krishna. Because what is the use of talking philosophy to hippies? They are just, like homosexual and lesbians, and then, they have no brain, nothing. And what is the use of talking about big philosophy? Prabhupada say, chant Hare Krishna and give some prasadam. That's it. By taking prasadam and chanting Hare Krishna, they will come to that, elevate themselves to understand the philosophy. Then you speak philosophy. Many sannyasis were also hippies now before. After they got the Bhakti Vedanta title in the Bhakti Shastri course. They, so when someone is asking, they say this place, Antavattu Phala, because this person is going to the God, Dhanam Dehi, Vidya Dehi, Rupavadi Dehi. When someone is praying like that, then Krishna is saying that is not intelligence, And you have to pray for liberation. And more than liberation, you have to pray for devotional service. Right? That is higher intelligence. Understand, Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu. Thank you. Correct.
Technique of preaching. Yes, anything else? Okay.
Prabhu, I just have just this is not really something really long, but I just have one question about a very well-known short video of Prabhupada saying that we can surrender within 1 minute. So is it really, really possible?
1 moment, not minute.
I
1
say
moment.
1 minute.
Moment, right? Minute.
Minute.
1 minute, huh?
Actually,
Okay.
Yeah.
the question in that video is asked that the devotee asked that we have been performing sinful life activities for so many lifetimes. So to get rid of the effect of the sinful activity, does it require just one lifetime or many lifetimes? Even before the question was completed, Prabhupada said 1 minute.
But even though Prabhupada say 1 minute, Prabhupada means 1 moment. That's the meaning of that. Prabhupada say 1 minute means 1 moment. That's the meaning Prabhupada want to convey.
Okay.
Yes, carry on.
Yeah. I just want to have more clarification, because 1 minute and then now you are saying moment. Yeah, it's more clear now. You see, because minute it was very
60 seconds.
yes, astonishing for me, We are rascal like millions and trillions of years. We try to just, get out of this misery, and Prabhupada just say 1 minute, and I was astonished, and deeply in my understanding, I was I think yes, we should try to we try to surrender, but now I've come to that point where I think of it more deeply, the surrendering process. So I just want to add more clarification about that. When
This 1 minute, Prabhupada says 1 moment. So Prabhupada sometime, because English is not his mother tongue. So when Prabhupada express well in Bengali, so Prabhupada say 1 minute, because like India, for example, we say that, when you're talking in the call, and then, we will say, 2 seconds. We will say like that, How is it 2 seconds? I'll be back 2 seconds, Prabhu. How you give it 2 seconds with him? It's not practical. I'll be back 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. What 1 second? Right? Actually, he's saying 1 second, but it's not really 1 second. It means you want a break. Right? They have a habit of saying 1 second, Prabhu. He take 10 seconds. He take 1 minute sometimes. So the Prabhupada say 1 minute. It means actually Prabhupada want to convey the message actually 1 moment. So that's why we cannot literally sometimes we cannot We cannot see it. That requires, that is the meaning of realization. you know, that is the meaning
Yes.
of interpreting. Sometimes interpretation is required. Because why Prabhupada should, why Prabhupada should say 60 seconds to surrender? Why is it required? All the important events of your life is one moment. What do you want to study? One moment decision. Whom you want to marry? One moment decision. Whether you want to have child or not? One moment decision. Whether you want to become brahmachari? One moment decision. Right? Which job you want to choose? All one moment decision only. Why 1 minute? Because that moment is very crucial. And similarly, for that one moment, we are waiting for so many lives. Yes, Krishna, I want to surrender to you. Sri Krishna Saranam Mama. There's one famous singer. What's his name, Prabhu? Usually one nice bhajan is having. Of course, it is not devotee, but it goes like that. Sri Krishna Saranam Mama. Sri Krishna Saranam Mama. Whole song is only this, of course. But the meaning of this, Krishna, I surrender myself to you. You see, like, that is the thing. There's one moment that is to surrender. Pahunam Janmanam Ante Jnanavan Mam Prapadyate Vasudeve Sarvam Iti Samhatma Sudalama. That moment is actually, in fact, the soul is waiting for that one moment for many millions of births. For this one moment, the soul is waiting for millions of births. That is why they say that what can be the more auspicious thing in the world than you desire to perform devotional service. Similar thing is told by Shukadeva Goswami in Srimad Bhagavatam 6th canto, 3rd chapter. Tasmat Nama Sankirtanam Jagan Mangalam Amasam Nama Sankirtanam Yasyat. Yeah. No. Tasmat Nama Sankirtanam. What is that? Tasmat Sankirtanam Vishnor Jagan Mangalam Amasam. It is actually 6:3, 34, around that. It will be somewhere around 30s. Six, 3, 31, 6, 3, 31. Tasmat Sankirtanam Vishnor Jagan Mangalam Amvasa Mahatam Api Kauravya Vidhi Aikantika Nishtrikatam. Read the translation.
Prahlad Goswami continued, My dear king, the chanting of the holy name of the Lord is able to uproot even the reaction of greatest sins. Therefore, the chanting of the Sankirtana movement is the most auspicious activity in the entire universe. Please try to understand this so that others will take it seriously.
This is the most auspicious thing in the whole universe. Tasmat Sankirtanam Vishnu Jagan Mangalam. Jagan Mangalam means what? See the word to word. What is the meaning of the Jagan Mangalam? The most auspicious performance within this material world. So the most auspicious moment can be that you want to surrender to Krishna. Not 1 minute. It is one moment. Prabhupada want to convey one moment. Maybe he said 1 minute, but it is like Indian way of saying, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. That's it. Clear?
Yes, Prabhu, very clear. Thank you very much.
Hare
Thank
Krishna.
you. Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Okay. Yes, Vivek Prabhu, you want to ask something? I thought you put your mic. I thought you wanted to ask something. Okay. Okay then. Thank you very much. If no questions, we can stop here. So as I said, you start preaching. So thanks again. If I make any offenses, kindly forgive me. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripasindhubhyeva Hare Krishna. Jai Shri
Hare
Prabhupada.
Krishna. Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Jai Krishna, Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Jai Gaura Premanande. Hari Hari Bol.
Hare
Hari Bol.